We are called to order. I have two screens in front of me. I don't know which one to pay attention to, so bear with me a sec. I'll read our mission statement. The City of Nevada City is dedicated to preserving and enhancing its small-town character and historical architecture while providing quality public services for our current and future residents, businesses, and visitors. This Planning Commission meeting convenes on the ancestral territories of the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe. Let's open with the Pledge of Allegiance. Peter, would you like to lead us?
Sure. You will join me. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
And a roll call.
Commissioner Ermshaw,
Here.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Van Zant,
Here.
Vice Chair Cobden,
Here.
Chair Nye.
Here. Okay, now's the time for public comment for items not on our agenda today. Comments are limited to 3 minutes and can be heard on any subject within the purview of the Planning Commission. So any public comments for items not on the agenda at this time? Hearing none. Next is the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature, and all recommended actions of the staff report will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the commission or public requests otherwise, in which case the item will be removed for separate consideration. Any item so removed will be taken up following the motion to approve the consent agenda. Anybody want to pull an item from the consent agenda? We have the minutes, liaison reports, and building activity report. Motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second?
Second.
So moved.
All in favor?
All in favor, that's the way it's said.
Aye.
Aye.
Consent calendar is
It's a
approved.
good start. 5-0.
Yeah, all right, we're off. So item 4, 107 Argyle Way, Onyx Theater site plan amendment. And I think we have a representative of the project here. Would you like to come up? And Lisa, if you'd introduce this item.
Sure. When doing further design work, the Onyx Theater has found that there will be a reduced number of seats within the theater to accommodate for ADA accessibility requirements. And they are requesting a reduction in spaces from 26 spaces to 25 spaces, which would be along the front of the building on Argyle Way. It is currently configured that way in that section as diagonal spaces. And the configuration on the site plan that you approved was for pull-in spaces that were like straight in and out and not diagonal. So this would be keeping the current diagonal spaces and a reduction in one space. I did notice this morning that I had forgotten to include the site plan that was approved, so I have added that to the packet if you want to take a look at that and compare it to the proposed parking configuration. The other areas of parking remain the same on the back lot and also on the left-hand side of the building if you were, rather on the right-hand side of the building if you were facing the entry to the Onyx. So I did confirm that the current number of spaces on the site right now is 25, so allowing a reduction from the previously approved 26 spaces to 25 spaces does not reduce the parking overall as an effect of the project.
Would you like to add anything?
No, I think that just about covers it.
Okay,
I
thanks.
guess we should add also that they are requesting for the, and I'm sorry, I'm looking here, I don't see too much text included in the staff report, but they are also requesting a relocation of the trash enclosure area, which is like a small fenced area in the back of the building. And that would be to accommodate HVAC equipment in the location where the enclosure currently is. And it would be basically moving it from up against the building, just off a little ways to be next to the retaining wall.
So I guess that doesn't mean a whole lot to me because I'm so visual. Is there a way to point to it on the diagram? Yeah.
And I have a question while we're waiting for that. This area that's changed, shown in the red revision cloud there on the right of the drawing, it's not visible to the public in any way, correct? It just alters the site plan?
I'm sorry, sort of on the left side of the drawing?
I meant left, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm right, left dyslexic.
Not really, you'd have to kind of walk back there.
Yeah.
And what's there now is a metal framework with basically like a wood residential kind of style fencing on it. And again, the HVAC designer said, hey, I need some space outdoors, and this was kind of the only place. And so,
Right.
yeah.
And it's not visible from Argyle or Searles, which is kind of our area of
I mean, to
concern.
be fair, if you were standing right in alignment with that striped walkway onto Argyle, you could certainly see not only the existing location, but the proposed. But certainly to a passing car or somebody who continues to walk down the sidewalk, you'd have to kind of look for it.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Any questions from the commission?
This is probably just because it's a diagram instead of real life, but on the top side where the parking spots are still perpendicular, the one closest to the proposed angled parking spots, does that actually function? Is that a functional spot that do they back out over the sidewalk or?
I'm sorry, I'm just not following.
I know, it's hard to describe.
So I
This
have
guy
it
right
up
here.
Yeah. And the question about that stall
Well,
is?
it doesn't, I mean, in a drawing, it doesn't appear to have clearance.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it that when a vehicle maneuvers in and out of that stall, they're going to have to cross that.
They would drive on the
Path.
sidewalk.
That's just painted striping.
It's just painted stripes.
That's the painted striping, that's right.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's painted today. I know the one on the west end is painted, or at least some of it. The code doesn't actually obligate us to stripe the whole sidewalk.
Gotcha.
So I don't even know if that's going to make it to the final cut, but it is just paint on the pavement.
Thank you.
And the exit to Searles is right there to the right of that.
Correct.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't see it shown on the.
It's
on the
terribly
plan, but-
light, the line work on the frontage, but there is an existing driveway there, and I know I've used it when I leave the theater.
Right.
You know, it's not the most ideal, but when this opportunity arose, I'm going to say we were never like 100% satisfied with the perpendicular arrangement on that east end. There was just nowhere to go. I mean, it kind of worked the way a lot of parking stalls or parking lots work in the city, in that somehow it works out, but,
And mostly people don't hit adjacent cars, mostly.
yeah, or they make, you know, a 14-point turn to do what they need to do.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? How about a motion?
I've done it in 10 turns, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Rod. Any public comment on this item, either here or on the interweb?
Nobody likes a braggart, Peter.
No one on Zoom.
Okay, and no one here? Okay, now, do we have a motion?
I move to approve the revised parking plan as presented, and as well as the relocation of the condensers.
Second.
A roll call, please.
And trash enclosure area.
Oh, and trash enclosure area, thank you.
Commissioner Rumshaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Van Zant,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden,
Yes.
Chair Knight.
Yes. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Andrew.
You bet. Thank you.
Uh-oh. Scrolling again. All right, next up, item 5, Commercial Street Softscape Planters, Benches, and Placement. If you'd like to
So-
intro this for us.
Of course. So we're all familiar with this project. Thank you to Peter and Rod for attending the workshop last week. I did make some notes in the staff report, if you had a chance to review them, about what we discussed at our last meeting in regards to finishes and materials, which I'd like to revisit that item today and just make sure everybody is kind of still on the same page, or if other people had other ideas, or if something else should be explored for materials. And then also for the placement of items, I do have a draft design that you can see in your staff report. The workshop was relevant because we were able to have these mocked-up planter beds that are very ugly, that you can see that I made over here, and actually put them out on the street and sort of be able to compare planters with benches to see what sizes might work together, and also to get a feel for size in relation to buildings and sidewalks and things like that, and the overall feel of how it would feel to have items on the streetscape, which I do think was helpful. I did find when I was doing the mock-up boxes, making them, that the self-watering planter sizes were a little bit constraining. So I did create a custom size that you can see over there. It's actually the one closest to the flag. And then that bench there is a 6-inch bench, 18-inch bench, which represents a backless bench. The planter on the right-hand side of that bench is the smaller size of the earth watering planters. If we did a square enclosure around it, it would represent that size. And then the tall is what I call the tall in the staff report, which does pair nicely with the bench. So in the packet, we've got photos of that I took on the streetscape with the potential options. It's a little bit confusing if you don't know what you're looking at, so I'll just kind of walk through that as we go, once we have a chance to discuss and take public comment. I did not include any tables in the design, as the commission suggested. And one other thing that I would like the commission to have a discussion about is a Nisenan commemorative feature. We sort of ran out of time at our last meeting to talk about this, but we would like to include a Nisenan commemorative feature. And Planner Wolfson met with Shelley Covert last year, and so we do have some comments regarding what their request was in regards to that. And so I can kind of read those out once we start talking about that.
On that note, I thought that, if I may, we did talk about that element and agreed that we should let them decide what it is that they want instead of designing it for them.
Did we talk about that in December?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Can
if
you, instead of saying that, just exactly what you feel like you heard, that you recall?
Thanks. I believe that the element of having a commemorative Nisenan structure or plaque or otherwise was brought up, and the comments were that, probably coming from me, we should let them, the Nisenan tribe or chirp, design what it is that they would like, instead of designing it for them.
I think you weren't alone in that point of view.
Yeah, I know I wasn't. I just recall specifically myself articulating it and didn't want to, I don't remember who else did, but
Right.
yeah.
Okay, well, if it was like a feature that was gonna take up space, like a granite rock next to a bench or something, then, it would be good to have a discussion.
Sure.
I do have the notes here from Amy's workshop. It says, prefers to have Nisenan words and symbology sprinkled throughout, nothing too loud. Perhaps a QR code at the chamber window that interprets the symbology and words. Shelley Covert likes the idea of these symbols stamped into the wood and metal fixtures, such as the benches and the planters and tree grates.
Thanks.
So would that be a topic of a separate agenda item in the future?
It could be,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
So let's have commission questions to start with regarding the staff report. And I guess that we already started. And are there any other questions for our clarification before we go to public comment and then discussion?
I guess I think that it could be helpful to just further, there's a lot of public interest in this topic, which I think is wonderful. And my experience is that public participation can be quite intermittent, and therefore there's probably pieces that also get missed at times. And so I think it would be helpful just to make sure everyone who's listening or watching or attending understand what have been some of the constraints to the design process compared to maybe prior plans. When you look at some of the public comments and requests for, say, shade trees and different types of design elements, I think there could be some misunderstanding about whether that's even feasible and why or why not it may be. So can you provide any background on some of that? Thank you.
May I also ask, to piggyback on that, what's at stake in terms of losing or maintaining our historical status based on the kinds of elements that we introduce into this plan?
Interesting question.
Yeah.
Let me, actually, maybe I could add in one more thing, since you guys both got it. If you could also elaborate what the specific request was from the council, or
Yes.
explain what's driving this as well.
Yeah.
Sure.
That'd be a good starting point.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rod.
So, as everyone knows, I've only been here since May, so I wasn't a part of the Commercial Street project before, but it is a long-standing project that's been going on since, I believe, 2019. At that time, the sort of redesign of Commercial Street was on the table. And I didn't know this before, but I found out along the way as I was working on the project that it went to City Council for several things, one of them being, should Commercial Street be a pedestrian-only street? And City Council voted no, and to keep it as an open street, and drove the project, I'm sure with the input of the commission, towards larger sidewalks with no parking on the street to accommodate spaces for a more pedestrian-friendly environment.
Lisa, do you mind pausing there? Because additionally, I've heard the reason behind the council's decision to do that, which I feel like some of the public doesn't understand. There's actually a functional safety matter regarding why we cannot permanently close Commercial Street. Is that correct?
I'm not clear on that.
So
because
Sean
we
has
do-
cited
We
it
do close the street on the weekends.
uh-huh,
the
for special
bollards.
events.
or every weekend and for special events, yes. So I'm not sure if it's a safety issue, like for fire access or something?
That's what I
Or for
have-
the traffic flow?
I think I've heard that from Sean.
I
But-
heard from, I'll just interject, I heard from Sean that the court requires requires Commercial Street to be open for circulation during the business week.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for the public to understand, that this is not just about what is an aesthetic preference. There's also other elements to the decision-making that supersede, what council or we can do.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you.
I will add to that a little bit before we get into the discussion. One of the things also that we have 5 restaurants on the street, and they're all entitled to have dining. The city council, if they so desire, they can put out, and at one point, we had a meeting and we decided on those wrought iron tables in front of the restaurants if they're going to apply for outdoor dining. So I think there's one now
Yeah,
that's active, and then there's 4 that have the ability, if they want to put out table and chairs.
yes, they could apply for the outdoor dining encroachment permit.
Yeah.
But I did include that also earlier in the week. I'm not sure if anybody reviewed it or if it's relevant, but it sort of outlines the requirements of the outdoor dining permit.
Yeah, I think that could be part of the visual that we have to, and thank you for doing the update.
And just for anyone any commissioner, or any member of the public who didn't see the updated staff report, those locations, although I have a question about one, but those locations are now graphically shown on one of the plans for Commercial Street in scale, I presume?
Those weren't scaled because I wasn't working in CAD. I was just trying to mock it up in a PDF.
Okay, so it shows the locations of potential outdoor dining spots, and pretty much it's what will fit is a 2-top table against the building that would allow for a path of safe travel along the sidewalk. So you've shown a symbolic round table and 2 chairs in their locations, but not in scale. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lisa, for anyone, my prior question regarding some of the obstacles, I think we addressed regarding a permanent closure to make Commercial Street a pedestrian-only street. I think what has not been addressed is why have self-watering planters been proposed?
So for the reason of not wanting to have trees interfere with underground utilities and have tree roots getting into creating problems with all of the things that run underneath the sidewalk. The trees were always sort of a point of contention, it seemed like, and the city manager and city engineer would really like to not include the trees. So that is part of it. And then also for having planters that are above ground, the reasons that it's currently proposed, there's several. One of them is that the desire to not tear up the sidewalk, the reality that there's only one available spigot in the street area. So being able to do drip irrigation and things is somewhat infeasible without spending a lot more money. And 3, the benefit of the self-watering planters is being above ground features is that the self-watering requires less maintenance. So one person could go around and water once per week or once every 2 weeks. And then also it creates a non-committal element. So we can put it out there, we can purchase it, we can build it. If it really doesn't work because it's getting vandalized or it's, not working in some other way, we can put it in a different part of the city and use it elsewhere. So those are some of the things about the planters.
And a follow-up question, are the spigots tied into water lines that are billed to the businesses? Or does the city have its own?
The one
Specific
spigot,
spigots.
I don't know, but Miriam showed me where it was and said that's what I used during COVID, when I was able to put planter boxes out here. So I'm not sure if it has a meter on it. It might just be city. I think it's city with a key.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clarifying question again, I was going to ask later. So we have 4 to 6 planters around. It wasn't clear to me whether they were going to be trees, which you just addressed, or just like we had some of the, some of
Yeah,
the
smaller.
plants. So if it's trees, when we get into our discussion, I think we have to look at the view shed requirements in the historic district. And
Yeah.
if we're going to have 5 or 6 trees, that will be, that will be the view.
Yeah.
But let's talk about that. I want to clarify, and so is it planned to have trees? All the planters will have trees? Is that what we're talking about?
No, for the self-watering planters, there's, it's what I call the large size, but for the actual self-watering planter products, it's their medium size. And once I mocked it up, which it's in the back of the room by the door, it's just quite large. And so the visual impact of that is much larger. So the current design that I have for you guys today doesn't include any trees for that reason, is that the planter is so much bigger and it really, you see it more.
Okay.
And so taking into consideration our discussion from our last meeting and the comments from the Historical Commission and the concerns about aesthetics and things, it seems to me like an above-ground planter for a tree is probably not the way to go right now.
Okay, and we can opine on that and discuss it later in
course.
our discussion? Okay.
And the tree sizes that size planter would accommodate would be like a dwarf tree, so like a 10 to 15 foot high tree.
Yeah.
And-
Well, it's a visual, and we have placement. As part of today is placement, so what's placed is on the table for discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
And
We'll get to it.
a dwarf tree, the medium-sized self-watering pot would be, that's appropriately sized for a dwarf tree, right?
Yes, that's a good question. I'll confirm that as we're talking.
And
Make sure I
also
didn't
define a
confuse the
dwarf
two.
tree.
Yeah, tell us more
Yeah.
about dwarf trees.
Well, the reason for only allowing a certain size tree is that if you get too much weight up above, then the tipping hazard grows.
Right.
So,
Also, they get root bound or they don't get enough water.
yeah.
But, in terms of defining what that means in terms of its growth habit and its stature, like what is dwarf?
I don't know, the company said between 10 and 15 feet max height.
That's substantial.
Yes, that's still,
That's a story and a half.
yeah.
But I guess one of the main reasons for it being that it would provide shade during especially hot days, right?
Yeah, that's,
And that would necessitate the medium-sized pot, but we're not sure about that, or?
Yeah,
yes.
I'm going to confirm that before I
Okay,
say with
okay.
certainty.
And then I have a question. I noticed a tendency in the plan that we've been presented, tendency to put a planter always adjacent to a bench, or a bench cannot not be accompanied by a planter. And I'm wondering what the reasoning behind that, or the logic, or where that arose from.
The one by Carrington's is just a bench without a planter next to it. And then the one that's closer to the curb by Three Forks is, also doesn't have a planter next to it. And then same with the one at Hartwood. So 3 benches without planters. And then
Which page are you on?
Sorry, I'm on sheet 31 of the PDF. I can share my screen
Or
too.
I have 24 on mine.
I just
That's
want to
a
make sure.
previous, I
I'm
think
looking
that's
at
That
what
one
she's looking at.
opportunity
Okay.
zone map? This guy,
This one, yeah.
okay.
Got it.
Which
Let me share
says
this here.
potential sidewalks. Well, that should be walk, dining encroachment, okay. It says sidewall.
wait,
All right, so the benches that you were referring to without planters were where? On the
So-
street side in front of Three Forks?
There's only one, or two rather. The one in front of Heartwood is proposed without a bench, just to save space.
Without a bench?
Or, I'm sorry,
On the
without
tray?
a
Looks
back.
like it says bench. Okay.
Backless bench
Thank you.
there. And then if you look down here at Three Forks, there's a bench proposed that's closer to the curb.
Gotcha.
And that's without a back and without a planter.
Which side of the street is the sunny side?
It is the side.
The one on the top.
This side here by J.J. Jackson's. So J.J. Jackson's, Rose Market, Carrington's, Sushi Q, that's the sunniest area.
And how many of the dwarf tree-sized planters do we have planned on the sunny side?
None at this time, because they are quite large. And
They
To
don't
clarify, including the enclosure that would conceal the non-historic looking self-watering.
right, and the mock-up only adds an extra inch. So the self-watering planters themselves are quite
For
large.
the dwarf tree.
Okay. Long discussion on those.
Yeah, so I think so there are two planters on the, there's one in front of the Crystal Shop and one shown in front of Three Forks, both of which have planters adjacent to the bench. And I'm just wondering what the logic of that placement is, since it seems, well, no, I don't want to get into discussion, it's a question.
So which one is it?
Well, and also in the photographic representations of your mock-ups. And I want to salute you, by the way, at this point for all the work you did doing these workshops, doing the setup, the mock-ups.
It feels a little crunchy, but I
I-
understand it's not very visually like,
But-
wow, this is beautiful. like-
But I think very helpful spatially, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
I'm sure we all do. So again, the question, bench planter, why is that an attractive pairing? Since it seems to limit the spaciousness around a bench?
That came up mostly, obviously, when my helper Walter, as we were walking around, looking at the potential on the sidewalk, we definitely were thinking that lots of other people have said that idea to me, as like, oh, it would be so great to have a bench with a planter. A bench by itself seems kind of plain. And then at the workshop, it was really kind of driven home because, and that was a big part of our discussion, I would say. And then as we sort of put it on the side of Three Forks and then moved it around and looked, it seemed to be favorable. So my preliminary design had, I can't remember how many of those that I presented at the workshop. Let's see here. Yeah, much less. So that was sort of added after the workshop.
Sorry, what was added after the workshop?
The planter next to a bench proposal.
Well,
Okay.
placement
So-
placement is one of our topics for today, so I think when we get through public hearing, then that'll be the place to talk about it.
Yeah, I was just, of course, curious
know the logic.
of the logic, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so there's two of those configurations on the map currently. One at Three Forks and one at the Crystal Shop.
And I have a question, clarification. That is, this diagram identifies two of the branches, or private,
Yeah.
okay, so they would remain private, right?
Yes.
If we said, if we took ownership of them, then we would have to maintain them, and then other stores would be, okay.
Correct.
And by the way, Teresa, I like the looks of them.
Oh, good.
But,
I'm not attached to it.
well, it's a separate topic. It's not going to be on our official drawing, so it's a decoration, not, in my opinion.
So that, those planters are just shown as, they're there,
there.
just to indicate that they're there, and
Yes, and it would be preferred that the commission make the finding that those were okay to stay. And if the commission wasn't in favor of that, then we might consider a city-provided planter there, or none at all, or one in a different location. So I know it's,
are they,
I have a photo in there for you.
are planters provided, outside shops prohibited by the city?
With this approval, it could be okay. So,
But that means for every shop. I mean, we,
that we could allow that.
well,
if-
I don't think we can pick out one private business and say they can have them and the one across the street can't. So I think they exist right now in an kind of no person's land,
A state of grace?
No.
state of grace, whatever. Yes, I like that. But I think that's for our next discussion.
Okay.
The clarification is that it's identified here,
Mm-hmm.
but they're private at this stage. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Okay, if there are no more clarifying questions,
I don't
let's,
think you got your question answered.
I did not, thank you. Can we get clarification on what the stakes are for maintaining historical status with any potential aesthetic changes involved here?
I'll do my best, but Nevada City was established as a historic district long, long ago. It was quite a big deal in the state of California. I think it was the first historic district. I don't think that something of this scale could have any sort of impact on that, but I don't know for sure, with certainty. So I can't.
we do have a representative from the Nevada City or Nevada County Historical Society with us who could answer that.
Or address
I also wonder if Russ has anything in his experience that he could chime in with.
So the question would be more precisely, what could imperil our status as a city on the National Registry of Historic Places?
Yeah, what's the threshold? From public comment and from other just auxiliary discussion, I have heard a lot of anxiety that there is a slippery slope to aesthetics and appearance that can affect and impact our historical status, which then impacts certain kinds of funding privileges that we experience. So that's important, and I think that we should be transparent about what it is so that everyone in the audience knows and what the threshold is, so that we know the parameters that we're playing with.
It might be appropriate to ask if the member of the Historical Society who's here can answer that question definitively.
or address it.
Kathy, will you come up and join us?
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Kathy Wilcox Barnes, and our president, Dan Ketchum, is unable to attend today, so I'll try to fill his shoes. I'm not sure what question, I was having a hard time hearing your voice, Amy, but I think it was about our National Register status. And how much,
My question is whether or not there are any elements that we are discussing here today that would impact our historic status or our historic registry status.
well, there are two separate things. There is the historical district, and then there's the National Register of Historic Places. And so you need to be clear that what would be impacted would be the National Register of Historic Places at a certain point. If you degrade to a point that either through loss of buildings or loss of that overall character that was taken into account when we went on the National Register, it can be removed. It's a strange process. It can be removed by people either putting it in a petition to have it removed, and that's usually what would happen. It's not that the National Register looks at the California State Historic Preservation as their partner. The National Register would not come in. It would go to the State Historic Preservation, and then they would look at whether it had degraded it, whether it would lose, one area of town, like Commercial Street, could be removed, and we do have areas that are not, in the National Register or on the National Register, buildings that are not contributing, that are not on the National Register. So I can't say.
I should clarify, is there a specific thing involved, like having benches, having planters?
That I could not tell you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Although our historic district has view shed requirements, and they mentioned view sheds, so I don't know whether,
Can you repeat that? View shed?
view sheds, I believe, the idea that you can see the buildings, that's, I don't have the specific language, but I think that's the general consensus, is it has to stay looking the way it was when the historic district came into being.
Okay.
So, and things have changed, it's modern, we add a little this, we add a little that, all that stuff. But generally speaking, the town looks same as it did 50 years ago.
I have one more question, prompted by reading the public comments, which I so appreciate. Concern about people refusing to do business for lack of benches and shade, and I'm curious if we have any data on complaints lodged with the city that people refuse to do business because there's no shade or benches.
That's a good question. We would collect something like that on our website on the file a complaint form or report a concern. So we likely have some sort of database. I'm just not aware of where it would be saved. It's not really my department. So possibly it could be looked into.
Thank you.
All right, let's begin with public comment, if there are no further questions. And so just come up to the microphone, identify yourself, and keep it to 3 minutes if you can.
Howdy. My name is Charles Durrett. I have an architecture firm on Commercial Street where I've been for the last 20 years. In fact, this right here is my business. Oops, right here. And this is a sketch I did for the city council 10 years ago. When we first started this conversation, somebody in the city council asked me to do a presentation about what a walking street might look like. So I did this. And I understand that we've gotten away from the walking street. We at least have wider sidewalks now, and I think it's a big plus. So, and I totally understand that you guys have to make a compromise around that. The fire department we talked through very carefully with, but I hadn't heard about this thing about the courthouse previously. Here's a plan sketch, that's being implemented by lots of very successful walking streets around the USA. Commercial Street has a very unique and positive proportion to it. Because the buildings are about the same height as the street is width, it makes what urban designers call a quintessentially successfully, potentially successfully outdoor room. That means, people want to hang out there. And that has certainly been my experience over the last 20 years. And I really live that street because I have so many things to do there. But you can see people really like to hang out on that street. I mean, this was a what do you call it when a crowd just gets together all of a sudden? And we have a unique opportunity. And it is the place in Nevada City that people like to hang out, largely because of proportions. So I would like to see some furniture that's added that is less a bench here and a tree there, but very positive from a people-centric, centripetal point of view, like you would have a conversation at a cocktail party, for example. In other words, where a mom can feed a 2-year-old and a grandma can feed a 5-year-old and a dad can stand there and have a conversation with them at the same time. Benches line up everybody like soldiers, et cetera, et cetera. A tree here and a bench here is what I would like to see us get away from and do something that is, a place, really environmental design. And that's what you were asking, why the tree ends up by the bench, is because often that vertical element does something for contributing to the sense of place at that place, for example. So that's kind of a positive thing. Let's see. Here, I have some more. When the boardwalk was there, it was a very centripetal place. The city council approved that with trees, et cetera, et cetera. The cool thing about the trees and the benches, they're very temporary. In other words, if somebody comes along and says, oh my God, this is going to compromise our historical society, you can just take them out. I mean, there's an easy remedy to that. Whoa.
Well, that's 3 minutes, so please wrap up your, yeah.
During the pandemic, the street was really used. We furnished it up. I mean, it really got furnished up with the help of Nevada City. If we want to talk about historical stuff, the kind of things that really get in the way are the garbage cans everywhere, basically, and the parking meters and lots of other things. A tree and a bench. People need a place to sit. Older people in particular, kids in particular, need a place to sit and be. Nowadays, this was a spontaneous thing. This was not a city condoned thing. These are just people showing up on Commercial Street to give you a sense of how popular that street is. Towns around the world are taking their auto-oriented world and making it into a foot-oriented world. So I can't suggest that enough. And I'll leave these photos with you guys if you want them. Can I?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Do you autograph them?
Pardon me?
Do you autograph them?
Do I want to grab them?
Did you autograph
Oh,
them?
autograph them. Oh, thank you, Peter. I should have. Just so you guys know, I have a lot of experience making pedestrian places in Nevada City, for example. People like it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We thank you.
I'll take my 4 minutes. Lori Overholtzer, 310 Nevada Street. A lot of people don't know this, but I have a master's degree in urban planning, and I worked as a professional planner for many years, so I follow these things also. And what I've passed out to you is a letter from Nevada City neighbors, and a bunch of us signed it, and you got it at the last minute, so I wanted to be sure you had it. There's quite a few people that signed on to that. And then I also passed out some pictures of Savannah, some sidewalks in Savannah and the French Quarter in New Orleans that remind us that very historic cities usually don't have a lot of stuff on their sidewalks because they don't want to detract from the historicity of what they've got. And so there's a number of pictures there that show you that. And I really have always thought that Commercial Street kind of has a New Orleans charm. It just has that look about it. And so take a look at at those pictures. I think they kind of, I think they can give us some direction here. Our group, what we think is the absolute most important thing to think about here is to keep any street furniture away from the curbs or out in the sidewalk, because it really creates that downtown mall look that we're seeing all over, like the Anywhere USA look. You just see it everywhere. We often say it'll look like Walnut Creek. And that's really, really, absolutely what we're trying to avoid. So that, that's our first recommendation to you, is ask that question when you're doing what you're doing. And then, of course, you can't go wrong if you just stick to historic design and historic materials, just like you would when you're reviewing a change or, some sort of renovation on one of the buildings in the historical district. Same thing. Shouldn't be fake materials. I think Wendy brought up the issue of fake, no fake materials last time. So specifically, what we'd like to see you not do is any planter boxes. We just don't think they'll add anything to the look of Commercial Street. And they'll just look like it'll just look like every other downtown mall, even if you just do a few of them. There's no historic precedent for them. I think the Historical Society will speak to that. But we really like the Teresa Berliner approach, which is the little pots next to her doorway. And, we could certainly see, every single merchant having different pots with different floral schemes up and down the street. And I think it would fit more the scale of the street. And the last picture is a picture in Savannah, Georgia, where that's the kind of plantings that they have along their commercial streets, are just pots that individual merchants have put out, and it looks lovely without taking up a lot of room or looking uniform and Anywhere USA-ish. Benches, we like benches. I was on the city council when we approved the Victorian bench design that any merchant could apply and ask for one to put out in front of their business if it fit. And so that's been approved for a long time. We think that that's a good idea. We think that they should be historically accurate. They should be put up against the walls again. Maybe 2 per side would be enough. I mean, this is not a really large area. And again, we like that Victorian Park bench look. We think it's the one that's the most historically accurate. And thanks for showing the little tables that will be out there. They're probably smaller than they'll really be. But again, you show them against the buildings, which is where there's more room and doesn't disrupt the walking area. So thanks for showing those on the map. I think it gives you a better idea of everything that will be out there if you just have benches. So, and again, to sum it up, we like benches, we like the little cafe tables, but we really don't think you need the planter boxes. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
Hi,
Hello.
Steve Hillis, 242 and a half, number D, Commercial Street, and also next door. I water the plants in the summer. I don't think I walk this town a lot. There's a lot of people that sit in my front yard on Commercial Street and enjoy the bands and up and down. I'm pro bench, not so much the planters as much, but pro bench. Also, this is a wonderful walking town, and it's a wonderful street, Commercial Street. And I think think about Victorian, or some of these summer events when there's 1,000 people and 500 of them are sitting on the curb. I think these people need a place to sit. Referring back to like Friar Tuck's, what they did, I don't know why this is such a big deal about the benches, except they took out 2 or 3 parking spots, maybe 3, to put their little thing there. If it's a historical, I would think that would be a bigger issue than 5 or 6 benches on a really nice walking street. That's my thing. And I still have 2 minutes, or I'm going to give it up. But one other thing is, I've got 6 cop cars out parked in front of my toy store right now. That's talking about space. Maybe build something else somewhere else for their police cars or their personal vehicles. That takes away from my business. But that's a different issue. But anyway, and if you do put benches out there and plants, I'll water them. So that'll be my thing. I water 4 months of the year. I water the hanging plants when they're hanging out there. That's my de facto job in the morning. It gets me out of bed. But I'll volunteer to water the trees too. So with that, have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Jim Morris, Willow Valley Road, Sphere of Influence, just outside the city limits. Yeah, we've had the experiment with the planters. We had Gary Tentel built 3 sets of 2 planters. I think they're up there for at least a year, and we had an idea what works, what doesn't work. Self-watering plants is not a good idea. I'm strongly against that because these have to be maintained anyway. And the streets close, in the weekends, and you can access the faucet right there, and they can be watered, or Steve can do it with his backpack. But the self-watering planters really restrict what you can do with, either with trees or plants, because the size of them, and you talk about, non-historic, materials, those are just plastic barrels. Anyway, I strongly discourage that. Now, the need for trees next to a bench was important, we found out, on the north side of the street, because it just gets blasted in the summertime. And it worked really well, a very small dwarf, like we had maples. They work quite well. You can sit on the bench and get some shade. But that's just, really important, I believe. Initially, when this thing came up as a street closure plan, I think people in the Historical Society did not want any sort of changes to that street, but the compromise was a single lane and widen the sidewalks. And I think for them to be functional, you really need the elements of the bench and the planters that would complement that. And as far as I know, the chamber brought up the self-watering planter idea. It's just easier to maintain, but you still have to maintain them, and you can't just ignore them. And it's an opportunity when you're out there watering. You can just do whatever you need to do as far as taking care of the plants. And the benches, I think, are a very important element, making the street functional and in support of the businesses. I think is really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Hello. My name is Copper Enos. My great-great-grandfather was Chief Louis Kelly. I represent the Enos Kelly Foundation. Great-great-grandmother was Lizzie Enos, probably the most documented California native in academia. I'm here to speak about the Nisenan Memorial, or commemorative or honoring. We are not with the Covert family. We are our own entity. And my family is tired of not being represented in this county, and this is, I'm coming forward right now to come forward for my family and say that we would like to, be included in these future plans concerning Nisenan people, considering we are been the Nisenan family since Nisenans have been here. We've been around. There's no real reason we haven't been contacted, but we would like to be included in these future representations of our people and our tribe. We are traditional singers. We are learning our language. We have just come from a long trip of intertribal relations with the Miwok, Southern Sierra Miwok, Northern Miwok, I Am Band Miwok. I'm wearing their t-shirt right now. So we would like to be represented. I don't know who to get in contact with this, but we are not represented by the Coverts. We are not part of the Nisenan Rancheria. We are older than that. My great-grandfather's name is all over this town. So thank you. Thank you for your consideration, and we would like to be included in any future projects. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment.
Thank you.
May I make a suggestion? Your name, would you write down some of what you said and send it in so that it would be recognized by the city? If they decide to do that, but.
Well, I've written articles for the Union and Sacramento Bee.
Oh, that'd be good to send along. I mean, it would be for me, it would be good because I don't have the background on your family.
You can just look it up. Lizzie Enos is a very famous academic.
Okay.
She worked with Grover, Simpson, Duncan, legendary names in anthropological fields.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Thanks. Hello again.
If it's possible, I would like to bifurcate my comments because I'm speaking on behalf of the Historical Society for Dan Ketchum, our president, and then I would like to speak as a private citizen, Kathy Wilcox Barnes. But for the Historical Society, our position has always been do what's right for the historical district in Nevada City. And we would like to ask that the notes that were taken and put in the packet from the walkthrough workshop, there's a last sentence on it that says, note, no one said there were too many items, and no one said there weren't enough. And both I and Dan Ketchum said that, you know, the street had nothing on it, that less is more, and that, so we would like to see if those could be corrected because we did think that there was way too much being presented. And the historical district has been in place since 1968. And historically, we were asked to provide pictures. We did. There were no benches and planters around. So we're okay. If you want to put some benches out, put just one or two, maybe one on each side, and add slowly and see what it does and see the effect it has. Because once you put everything out there, it's there. But you can add, see if they're used correctly, see if they're used at all, or if you need more. And as for the planters, there never would have been anything like this. It's just out of character with the historical district. You could use planters like Teresa has, you know, where the individual merchants put them out in there, because they just didn't do a uniform type of benches and planters, and that just would throw the historical character and aspect of it off. So we just please request that you would consider that when you're making your final decision. Now, just step over and switch hats, because I want to talk as Kathy Wilcox Barnes, and I'm not representing the Historical Society.
Okay.
And for that, what I wanted to say was I noticed the comment about the Nissinan commemorative, and I'm glad that Kappa's here. I know Kappa. I knew his great-grandfather, Chief Kelly, and there's no question that they were here and have been here all along. And there is a question as to which tribe is the real Nevada City tribe. And so I just caution you to go carefully into whatever you do. And sometimes things get put up that are inaccurate, like that bark teepee that was on the corner of Union and Broad Street, and some things that have been placed over in Grass Valley. So I just would caution you, whatever you do on that, don't do something wrong. I'm a white person. I don't know what is correct for the indigenous people. And so just make sure that everybody's in the loop on that. And my last point is that, as I said, the historical district was created in 1968. None of the people, none of the merchants that are asking for these changes and saying it's so important had businesses before that historical district ordinance was created. And they bought their businesses, they opened their businesses knowing they were doing it in a historical district that had really strict rules. And so I think when you do that, you accept the responsibility of knowing where you're opening your business. And to come along later and want it all changed because that's what they want now and that's what's trendy, please do not buy into that, putting all these umbrellas and benches and things like that out. So thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Teresa Berliner Mann, and I own JJ Jackson's. I wasn't planning on speaking today. I really appreciate your paying attention, hearing all of these ideas. And I appreciate hearing them because I, have a further understanding of perhaps why we wouldn't have the planters that I've been longing for. But I will say, yes, we do put planters in front of our shop. I feel like it gives a beacon of we're open. There's a thriving, or a business happening down the street. And I like that sense of hospitality. But I've done that for the last 20 years, almost 19. And my neighbors aren't. So I do like the idea of warming up our street. We do have extra wide sidewalks now. They're beautiful. We endured a lot to get them. And when the process began, we were given grandiose visions of what was to come. And I understand fully why that can't happen now. But we were misled at the beginning, and that's, it's all learning. It's all learning. And I feel like when I did buy my business, our business was very different. Retail these days is really a challenge. And I think we need to make some concessions, not a lot, because we have such a beautiful town. I'm so proud of our town. I like its genuine character. But I think some comfort, such as a bench and a few planters, add, again, a nice sense of hospitality. We're greeting you, we want you to come, would love for you to spend some time on our streets, sit down, enjoy your lunch, look around, take a break. So I trust that you all will consider all of these ideas and come up with something lovely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone online?
Yes, just one moment. Mr. Coulter, you can go ahead and speak.
Yes, thank you. Nevada City had benches many years ago, and it's kind of gone through some reiterations over the years. There used to be one right across from City Hall up until a few years ago. There was also one in front of the National that was the bus stop that was taken away and moved up to City Hall, and we never got our bench back for the bus stop, which is kind of a bummer. I would echo that less is more, because when I see the street when it's hopping, we can't really squeeze too many more people in there. And I think any furniture is just going to detract from that and make trip hazards and that. Also, something that's going on in the bench world, if you haven't heard of hostile architecture, is making it so homeless can't lay on the benches, which reduces the seating space on the benches themselves. So it basically kind of turns them into individual seats, a bench versus a longer bench, which it was originally intended to be. This is, you can see what Grass Valley's had to do with that, and it's pretty much going on everywhere due to people needing a place to lay down and sleep. And that is a consideration when you talk about benches, for sure. So I encourage the less is more. And if you are going to do a bench, yes, definitely put one on the sunny side and the shady side, because sometimes you want to sit in the sun and sometimes you want to sit in the shade. So thanks a lot for all your work. I'm glad this has taken so long, because when it started, it was going to basically be like Mill Street Mall, which was pretty disappointing. When I walk down the street and take pictures, my eyes are drawn to the buildings, not the sidewalks and what's on them. That's more something to watch out and not trip over while you look at the buildings that have the amazing dates and different logos on them and different things that catch your eye that you will not see anywhere else in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
That's it.
Anyone else in the House like to make a public comment? Come on up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bethany Celio, and I live and work in downtown Nevada City. I think we should think about who uses downtown, who actually spends time there. I'm there every day, and I utilize it. I utilize our public spaces, and I think that we should create spaces for people, not just an empty downtown to take pictures of. I think preserving our history is so important. No one's saying it's not. But I think we can also make an environment that takes care of our needs today, that fosters sustainability, that fosters community. And so I'm just frustrated to hear people saying that benches are going to detract from our town and planters. We wouldn't be able to live without plants, you know? Like, I don't get that argument. When we had planters there for the past few years, there were pollinators, there were beautiful flowers. I don't see what the problem is with that. And I don't think it takes away your view from the buildings at all. I think it adds to it. So that's my opinion, and I hope that you hear I hope that you really pay attention to the people that you see in downtown. It's important, and I love it, and my friends and I spend a lot of time there. And I feel like a lot of times our plans, I was on FUNC too, Future of Nevada City. Back in 2017, we were doing a lot of public outreach, and we led workshops here. We talked to the merchants and the business owners, and we had a great plan that included trees, that included lots of seating, and the Historical Society came and took it out one by one, took out each of those softscape elements. So we already talked about this. We already did the public engagement. And to just kind of, accept defeat that way is, I don't think we should just let a group bully us into some kind of a design because they're scared of people using downtown. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, well, with no further public comment, let's begin our discussion.
Would it be worth in the beginning to do something along the lines of a straw poll? I sort of get the sense that there's actually more agreement than, is this resonating with anyone else?
Clarify what you would like to.
A straw
have
poll,
us-
say on like maybe range of number of benches, am I getting the correct feeling in that everyone agrees benches are okay?
Well, do we want to break up the discussion to benches and then planters, maybe? Should we
Yeah,
do-
yeah, sure. Yeah, straw poll for benches, straw poll for planters.
Mm-hmm.
And see what the sticking points are and then go straight there?
I think generally no one's opposed to benches or opposed to planters.
Right.
It's not a binary question. It has to do with, I think.
Has to do with
I
placement.
don't think it's a yes or no
Placement and
either.
numbers.
Right.
Well, number and placement, that's what I mean.
My sense is that we all probably have like an idea, a picture, a thought, an aesthetic about. So I suggest we start with a statement, a general statement from each commissioner as a beginning point, if that resonates.
I guess so. I'm not sure I can state it succinctly quite yet. I'm interested in the discussion that we're going to have too.
Okay.
People are free to state things.
Let's start with that. But because I think your question may reveal itself. Would anyone aside from me like to begin? Peter, Wendy?
Sure.
I feel like I always begin.
Peter, let's
Okay,
go
we'll go
from
around.
that side to this side.
Right.
One thing that we wasn't part of the discussion, but came up in the presentation, was this thing from Savannah. And the idea that the merchants can decorate on their buildings without having to go through the planning commission. And I think this type of thing adds a lot of color and character to the street without interfering with view sheds, walking, or any of the other problems. So I don't know how we foster that, but I think that would be a very important element to the vibrancy of commercial. So I don't know how we encourage owners to put in boxes or whatever it is, but I like the look of this, and it adds without detracting from traffic or view sheds. That's benches, I agree, couple benches on each side, that sort of thing. You don't want to have so many benches that it becomes a hangout. We want people moving around, but, you know, for those folks that are impaired or need the rest, or, you know, need to take care of the kids while mom's shopping or something like that, benches, I think a couple of benches on either side would work. I'm not happy about trees particularly, because I think the view shed looking up Commercial is really special, and it's about a city character, so. But plants, and a couple planters here and there, I think that would work also.
You want to pass the baton to Rod?
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. I definitely agree. I think one thing I was doing, I was looking back through, you know, our design guidelines and noting the paragraph in there. It's in the city's desire to balance the needs of the present and future against the heritage of the past, which results in protecting the character of the town. It's important to continue the philosophy that Nevada City will grow without being overly commercialized, overly modernized, or overly developed. At the same token, the community recognizes and accepts positive changes that will enhance what is already here, changes that will continue both the spirit and the character of a truly special place. So I think keeping in mind it's that that balance, you know, looking at current needs while maintaining the historic thing, and realizing that, we're not exactly as we were way back when, and that with this being a primarily retail, primarily tourist town, there are evolving needs here too. So, keeping those things in mind and looking at that balance, I definitely agree with Peter's point. I think benches support, the folks who use the street, and I think we heard many of those comments from the public as well. And I think that some planters can go along with that. I think we're already limited in terms of size by some of the things that Lisa brought up before. So I think we can, if we're going through a quick thing here, I'll leave it at that, and we can discuss those details further as we go through.
Okay, and so I'll note and remind everybody and ourselves at this point that the City Council went through the whole process, and the Funk group was really helpful. There were workshops and discussions, and the City Council, without Planning Commission input, decided to retain a street and put in sidewalks. They negotiated down to 9'6" wide sidewalks, and an asymmetrically sized street gets wider at the top toward Pine. And then when the item came up again before the City Council months later, 6-7 months later, it was relitigated. The sidewalks became wider, and the street was retained a single traffic lane, and the idea of a lane for someone to pull over, drop something off with traffic to go by was dispensed with in favor of wide sidewalks. And the justification for the wider sidewalks was to really facilitate the potential for outdoor dining. In the design was the idea of tables outside eating establishments, and that hasn't developed as planned. Although in my opinion, when I see an urban street that's got tables and people dining at tables, it really does feel very, very much very alive. And I wish more merchants would take advantage of that opportunity and you know, help contribute to the buzz, but that's certainly not our place to direct them to put tables outside their establishments. What was accomplished in the design for Commercial Street, the Planning Commission did do a lot of editing and design, and with a lot of help from city staff, the city engineer, we created crosswalks that were visible and done elegantly using period materials. There wouldn't have been crosswalks, of course, but we need them. So we did them in a way, we snuck in real modern functionality informed by historic materials, and details from other parts of town were referenced there. Modern infrastructure was snuck under Old Commercial Street. The sidewalks were widened to a degree to allow people with disabilities to pass freely. Ramps up onto the curbs. It was impassable. I thought it was charming as heck. The buildings too tall, the sidewalks too narrow, really lent a sense of history and a place out of time aesthetically. And I think the new version of Commercial Street is beautiful and still evokes a street, an urban street in an old town. And another sort of framing statement I want to make is that the Mill Street in Grass Valley solved the problem that Grass Valley had. This is my sense, that Grass Valley didn't really have a sense of a center, and now it does. Mill Street just graphically says this is the center of Grass Valley, but Nevada City doesn't have that problem. We have Broad Street, which is the city center. I mean, we've got three streets that go up the hills, and you're at the center of town wherever you are. So the sort of pedestrian mall focal point isn't necessary, I think, aesthetically, to create a sense of place here, because we have one. There's a real need for seating. I think hearing from a few people that people just line the curbs eating pieces of pizza and takeout from here and there indicates that some comfortable seating would really be neat, to sort of just encourage people to grab something, an ice cream, and not just go to those two benches across from Treats, to have other places for people to sit and be comfortable and hang out. And some greenery, some planters, not many provided by the city, would be good to as long as they're unified and designed to create or help reinforce the idea that we're in the same city, regardless of what street we're on. And also the point was made that we have, see how we're doing before, because once a thing goes in, it won't leave, and the cost of over decorating the street is a loss of historic feel. It's a little bit of a magic trick to create the sense or maintain the sense that this is a historic place, and it would help. It helps if we don't have to stretch our imaginations too far to do that. I pass the baton.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Rod, for going back to the guidelines. I think that there seems, again, to be a lot of anxiety about change and about commerce. And I personally lean towards the shops and supporting our businesses and making sure that we create a space that draws people in. We talk a lot about that in this commission. To me, as someone who's spent my whole life frequenting Commercial Street, I am really encouraged to see the changes that we have made to it, especially the removal of the cars. And I know that the boardwalk was extremely controversial I hated it at times, and I also loved it at times. It was really nice to sit on, and on the other hand, it was really annoying when some people would park it and play music I didn't want to listen to, but that's the nature of a public space, right? I'm not afraid of people hanging out. In fact, I think that hanging out is what we want people to do, because the more time they're spending on these spaces, the more likely they are to go into the shops or to notice shops that they've never seen before. That happens to me all the time. So I guess to cut to the chase, I like all of the bench placements that I see on the map that Amy,
The new Amy. Amy Sue.
Lisa has created. Thank you so much, Lisa, for all the time that you've put into this. It is deeply appreciated. Personally, I err against the planters next to the benches. I just think it looks a little bit too urban. It feels a little bit like Oakland, which is not a bad thing, but I don't think it's appropriate for this place. I think, going back to what Peter said, I would like to just open up the door to any stores putting out pots around their doors. I think that's an easy one, right? We can just say, this is a thing you can do. It's your problem. Take care of it. If it gets messy, clean it up. No, whatever. As far as
plastic.
no plastic. That seems quite straightforward. I hear what's being said about self-watering planters. That's fine. If that's an issue, whatever, scratch it. I do like the idea of having shade trees on the north side of the street. Because in the summer, for those of us who do spend time on that street, it gets hot. And if we're going to use the kinds of benches that you are encouraging, they're going to be hot, and that's uncomfortable. So I don't think that they're going to, Peter, I really hear you about the corridor and the visual effect that you get. I also think that sometimes, like the Japanese maples, for example, that are in front of Bank of America building, no longer Bank of America, there's a thing that happens where you just sort of look past them and don't notice them. That's at least also been my personal experience. And in the meanwhile, they are so welcome in the summer, actually all times of year, for providing shade, but also beauty against a hardscape. And if they're not that big, if they grow to say 10 feet tall, I think if anything, they still draw the eye up to and around the building. I think that the birch trees, for example, that are next to the Crazy Horse don't detract from the building at all. If anything, I think that they add to it. I think that there's room for a couple of trees, and we can always move them elsewhere to other parts of the city if it turns out that they are a problem, but I suspect that they won't be. So that's my feeling. Pro bench, pro tree, pro pot. So.
Before my comment.
You want to clarify that?
I mean, pro pot, pro pots. Clarify.
I need to get some clarification based off some of your commentary, which is regarding the desire for shade trees, which would be on the north side of the street, where we have no large planters proposed. And I need to understand, is that by necessity or choice? Is there room for a tree-sized planter? And which
Yes.
are they?
I can show you here.
I guess there's one in front of Rose Market, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the one with no bench.
Correct. So that, if you look, I put numbers on the pages of the photos. Are you on the photos?
No.
So I've got this one here, photo number 6. It looks up Commercial Street.
I was looking at your map with the red and the green is where I'm at,
Okay,
is
so yeah, I
37.
had one proposed there, and it was on the map at the workshop, and I put the planter on the street there, and I didn't have a lot of positive response to it being there, but.
So do you mind going to the map on
Sure.
page, I think, 37? Because regardless of how much we do or don't like an aesthetic, this is the reality of what is even and, you know, the topic of discussion, right?
So there's definitely room here beyond the sidewalk.
Lisa, where's your map that looks like this?
Your constraint.
Your colored
Your
map.
constraint map.
Yeah.
Opportunity zones.
So the stop sign is closer to the crosswalk, is on the
Okay.
other side of the red. So that whole area, there's room for something there on the, before the light post.
Was the business owner for Rose Market here for this? Okay, because that's right in front of her door. She would probably have concern. Okay,
I talked to her, and she did say that she wanted a planter.
in front of her door.
Like if she had a choice between a planter and a bench or something, she would want a planter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is the only place we can fit a tree-sized planter on the north side of the street. Is that correct?
I think in front of Sushi Q, there's currently not anything there, and I think that you could easily fit one there without having trouble with the path of travel.
Is there a reason we don't have any green there?
No, I left that open because they're of a potential sidewalk dining in the future. I did talk to Sushi Q, and they're not interested in doing a sidewalk dining encroachment permit. It just doesn't fit their business model. So I don't think that it doesn't, I personally think that considering sidewalk dining in that area doesn't have to be a part of the conversation. The only reason besides that I left it open was just to avoid having sort of things placed randomly in the
Okay.
middle of the sidewalk, because when the events happen and the sidewalks fill up and the streets are full, the more things that you have that are singular sort of could get in the way.
Random, yeah.
But I definitely thought about that spot a lot, and I think it would
Will
be
you
suitable.
point, based on your expertise, you've drilled down so much on all of this, like where would it go?
Like, right, or it could go, we could have something here before the
Because there's two
light
doors, right?
post,
Yeah.
Or here. There's lots of space here. It could.
You're talking on the curb?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And how deep are the sidewalks here?
I'm not 100% sure. Let me take a look.
It's generally, I'll butt in, it's generally wider though on the north side of Commercial Street than on the south. Is that correct? The sidewalk is
Well,
generally wider?
It widens
On
out
which
again
side
at the south there, doesn't it? Past Crazy Horse? I think it gets broader there.
The widest is down by Three Forks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it sort of switches actually.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
part of my interest is that I'm hearing the case for shade. My concern is that is not accomplished. It's not accomplished anyway. And
You mean with the current?
it's not, you know, the trees on the south side would not create shade. It appears that trees on the north side might not create shade either based off of the angle of the sun. What is the height of the trees and where do they actually cast the shade? And so if they're not accomplishing something, I think that's important to recognize because there's this vision being created of what it would look like, and calibrating that might help people adjust to the idea of like, what are we really going to get? I think this project, again, has such a long history and it's had many iterations and it's been very broadly debated and redebated based off of what people have experienced in other places. And it's not always realistic to try to apply a concept that works in another place. It's like when you move homes, sometimes your furniture doesn't fit anymore, and you have to get new furniture, even though you loved your furniture, right? And so the reality of whether a tree even casts shade here, I think matters in part for folks who have that vision to understand what that means, if it's even possible or achievable. My opinion is that the benches are an enhancement to the way the community uses the space, having a place to rest. I love walking past Miners Foundry on my way to work and seeing people, you know, take a rest. I actually have steps up to my home that there's some people that walk by my house, and when her knees are aching, she stops and takes a seat on my stairs, and it's precious. So I love that idea, and I love trees. I just don't particularly like trees on Commercial Street. I am very much aligned with the comments of several folks, be it from the community or some of my counterparts, that it makes sense to conservatively start with some benches that really resemble what we've already used in the city. And in terms of the planters, I would love to see business owners take their own personal approach to, actually, I think Kathy did a great job with this picture in Savannah of, you know, just dressing up and creating a welcome like Teresa has with their own planters that they maintain. I do have concerns about city-owned planters being properly taken care of, whether it's cleaning garbage out of them, whether it's watering them enough. Love the volunteer, you know, from what, that was Steve, right?
Miriam and Jim.
Well, no, actually from.
Oh, he's on, yeah.
Yeah. Although they've done so much. And it's, I do think that plants create a sense of welcome. So do welcome mats, you know. So there's things that individual business owners can do to, you know, contribute to the vision that they would like to create. And applying something that is overly identical, I think that term that's been brought up of Anywhere USA is a really good point. With the exception of very modestly placed benches. So, was that clear enough? Yeah.
Following on to something you asked, these two pictures on the south side show the shadow. So it's, what it's saying is the sun is coming in low. So as it shines across the, you know, the 30 feet to the other side, a tree would not give shade on the sidewalk.
Well,
I think
hang on.
It depends on how
This
low
is
it
a time of year that you can also see that this is early morning when the sun is coming in, and it's going to change. But I disagree, sir.
Okay.
I think that there's going to be, in the summer, when it's super hot and the sun is up in the center of the sky, you're going to get shade from any structure that's going to be there.
I have something to add to that, because
We have opinions.
And then there's facts.
I like it.
because I flew the drone to try to do an aerial map. It didn't work very well because of the shade on the south side. So if you look here, you can see, so this photograph was taken from the drone, kind of just hovering 15 feet up, looking at the street. And this was in the morning, at the end of August.
I'm sorry, I should clarify. I am pro-tree on the north side of the street.
Right.
Right.
And this was the same day.
Yeah.
But can you see how far the shadows already were? So once it gets to be late August, all through winter, it's quite shady on Commercial Street. And that's the only point I'm trying to make. And the other is, I see what Peter's saying is the shade may or may not just hit the building and
That's
not
what
the
I'm saying.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's.
Yeah, the tree won't cast a shadow on the sidewalk, it'll cast a shadow on the building.
But it really, it
Or if
depends
it
on how
was a more
tall.
bushy tree, then it would, but then it's taking up more space on the sidewalk.
Or like the ones in front of the old Bank of America.
Yeah, you have to duck to go under them.
Yeah, but, yeah, that's very bushy and they're low. You know, I don't think that would work on the, up the street. I think that would be too, it would be as obscuring the frontage.
The interesting thing too about concern for business doers, business owners, in my prior experience, businesses would beg to cut trees down because there wasn't visibility to their building. So it's an interesting additional consideration for folks who are wanting to advocate for businesses that, oh, if you put trees in front of your building, people will shop there more. You know, usually my experience has been that businesses don't want their windows to be obstructed. They wouldn't want their open signs to be obstructed. We've had people advocating for light-up signs. They want them seen so badly. So putting a tree in front of it makes no sense whatsoever.
I think the argument's more that the tree creates shade and the shade promotes staying longer. Not drawing people in, but I hear you.
Yeah, the way that I have found to help people stay longer is I actually have seating in my store. I have 3 benches, and a couch in my store. And we have people that come in for air conditioning. They come in to take a rest while their family continues shopping. And not everybody has the space to do that. But, a lot of times the people who are enjoying the outdoors are enjoying the outdoors. And if they're enjoying the outdoors to eat, then they're probably doing that in outdoor dining, except if they're having pizza and ice cream.
And that concludes your comments at this time?
Yep.
I'd like to add in one more technical comment, I think. And could you bring up that constraints map again, Lisa?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a planter shown next to the central sidewalk there, sort of on the upstream traffic side. And
This was the draft that went to the workshop. So the placement of things is different than what is the design that is presented to you today.
can you bring up the currently proposed design then? So I think there's still a planter shown to the right of the that central sidewalk, right in the middle.
The crosswalk?
The
Oh,
crosswalk.
here?
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
crosswalk, I meant to say, yeah. In general, I wouldn't want to put one there on the upstream side, blocking the driver's view of people in that sidewalk. I mean, there's a new state law now. It's the beginning of the year, people can't park within 20 feet of a crosswalk. I would keep that area clear just for visibility to people crossing as well. True for all the crosswalks. Sorry, I said sidewalk, I realized, instead of crosswalk. That was my technical comment.
And I'll be heretical and say that it's always seemed to me that there's an opportunity for a tree in a pot at the corner of Pine and Commercial, where we were sort of discussing one earlier. And it wouldn't necessarily bring shade, but it would create a sense of shadiness. It would communicate hospitality. I don't mean to be comical. If I am, then that's fine.
I
But
love it when he talks planning.
it would feel shady that without it actually being shady in any practical way.
It's magic.
But but in the summer, looking from Broad Street, that spot, the Rose Market, and sometimes the corner of J.J. Jackson's is sun blasted. It just looks very harsh there at that corner, and a tree might soften it. I like the sort of unplanned nature of the birches near Crazy Horse. There's kind of a wildness there.
Yeah.
Or wildness in those trees, and
They're wonderful.
yeah, and that's kind of the beauty of Commercial Street. There's a historic photo. I may be wandering afield here, but there's a historic photo supplied by the Historical Society that shows like this wacky flag display somewhere on Commercial Street. There's laundry hanging from one corner of that intersection across to another, and back to the tree at the corner there, I think there's an opportunity, if it wouldn't impede sight lines for the crosswalk or endanger pedestrians, it might just be very pretty, both from Broad Street and looking up Commercial Street. Really, it would, I think it might soften it, make it feel more friendly. So,
There's also a fire hydrant there. Is that reflected on the map?
is that small circle shown there?
I think it's shown on the
I think it is,
screens.
yeah.
What kind of clearance does that require?
I don't think it requires
Clearance
much clearance, yeah.
and an electrical box?
But a placement could be halfway between the fire hydrant and the crosswalk
Yeah, you can
ramp.
Or the
see,
lamp post?
there's a tree 4 feet from a fire hydrant by the pizza joint.
Well, I think it'll be easier to discuss benches first, and then planters and shade second. And I'm looking at the map. There's 3 benches on the south side and 1 bench, a 4-footer, on the north side. And is there some reason that we couldn't have 2 and 2? Could there be a planter on this, another planter on the south side? Not a planter, I'm sorry, a bench.
I think that I have 2 comments to that. One is that it makes more sense to have the majority of benches on the side of the street that's going to be shady.
Okay.
The second being that, to my mind, when it comes to benches, actually, I'm going to hold off on that, never mind. I was thinking it might make more sense to put them next to a restaurant where people can go out and sit and wait if they're waiting for a table, or eat if they're getting food to go, but I'm not sure if that's what restaurants want.
It's a short street. It's not that far.
Yeah, but, I mean,
I understand what you're saying.
yeah.
I would,
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Peter.
no, I would say, we've got a proposal in front of us, 3 and 1, with the explanation of why we have 3 on the shady side. I like that. That makes sense. So do we want to accept those 4 locations for 4 benches?
I have something to add to Amy's comment regarding, I mean, looking at Commercial Street today, like really, how would benches feel spatially, both in terms of pedestrian traffic obstruction and also visual obstruction? And the best opportunities architecturally, in my opinion, for benches are in front of the brewing equipment, in front of Three Forks. It's 2 benches, there's room for 2 benches there. If Three Forks wouldn't be opposed. It's an attractive spot.
Like one against the building, one on the curb?
No, both side by side with maybe a planter in between them. There's lots of room there, and the brewing equipment is what looks out the window there. So there'll never be customers' view obstructed by people seated at planters. And also there's a wide spot where the Crystal Shop is, on the south corner, where 2 benches could fit. There's a long span there. The iron entry doors to the Masonic building. There's a lot of blank wall there that really could use some decoration and maybe a generous amount of seating.
So are you suggesting essentially moving those 3 that are on the south side up against the buildings? Is that what you're suggesting?
On the south side, yeah. I mean, and I don't know, the merchants, Three Forks may have an issue with the placement of so much seating there, but there are dining establishments all around there, and
They actually enjoyed their benches, but they got vandalized, so they got destroyed. But they love that cuts them back.
and just aesthetically, I think they'd look great there.
So I guess, let's see, when I look at, maybe I'm lost in how these maps are labeled because there's many of them. On page 32, that is what is being proposed, correct?
Page 32.
What's the title? The titles are different.
31 says presented to Nevada City Planning Commission. Oh, today's your, okay. And so the red one was what's the difference?
The red one shows the same, but with all potential sidewalk dining encroachments. So like if Sushi Q wanted sidewalk dining, and
Okay, so let me just, that answers my question. They're essentially the same, though, in the bench placement. So I guess what I'm getting at is, Tom, I'm not tracking with your point because there are 3 benches, and I think they're placed where you're recommending. Is that right?
There's a single bench in front of Three Forks and one in front of,
Heartwood.
the
So
space
you're-
that is occupied by the Crystal Shop, whose frontage.
There used to be 2, right, in front of 3, you can see
So
them in
you're
the
saying
street
add
view. There's a
2
bench
more
there,
benches?
the
there's a
reason I
bench
put
there.
one in front of Heartwood is because they currently have those 2 benches, and so that won't match. So we would likely request them to remove them, and then they would have less seating options available. So with that being such an active restaurant downtown on Commercial Street, I think having more seating would be beneficial there. And I did talk to the owner, and they would be happy with a city-provided bench to replace their current benches.
Okay. I'm having a little bit of a problem with 2 benches.
Side by side?
Side by side, yeah.
I like them spread out the way that they have them, or the way that you've put them on page 31.
Okay.
For 2.
They could certainly be cited with sensitivity to the architectural feature that they're in front of. Like centered in the space between the windows
Yeah.
at Three Forks.
Yeah.
Three Forks, and in sensitivity to the detailing of the bricks at the top of Commercial Street. Just so that they make sense visually in their placements against the building.
Okay.
And I think we should pay attention to that when laying out planters, if any, that they complement and harmonize with the architectural features.
The benches organize the street for the planters, basically is what you're saying. I like that idea.
I think your point too about looking at the blank spaces is good, because there is definitely right there
Well-
between the Crystal Shop and the Odd
Yeah,
Fellows.
And to that point, though, I am, from a design standpoint, I'm having a hard time with the bench in front of Heartwood, where there's this pop-out that, if you have a bench with a back, there's a slope, and it pops the bench out further and further. And I'm wondering if that could be relocated, maybe in front of the iron gate of the brick or something,
There's
or the fern.
But Heartwood already has a bench in that spot, don't they?
Yeah, and they also have the option to, to provide outdoor dining.
Well, they do and they don't, right? This has been tossed around so many times, like, yes, they have the opportunity, but only with teeny tiny little tables and limited.
Like bistro tables?
Yeah, and.
It's not uncommon.
They had
in
the
cities.
4-footers, right?
Yeah, it's not.
With the
No,
Even
wrought
a bistro
iron?
table,
They don't
two-top.
have a 4-footer. They have like a table that's approximately, I want to say this big.
Yeah, you're right. But we approved at one point wrought iron tables of 4 feet.
We did.
We did.
And they may
remember the
never
meeting.
use outdoor dining. They may
Okay.
not. I'm just saying, it doesn't prohibit them. If the bench is not there, they actually have more latitude to add a bistro table if they want in the summer or 2. And the bench feels like it would hug up like the others more similarly if it was placed further down in a blank spot.
I wish that the owner were still here. I have
I
a
know.
question for why none of those, why they don't have more outdoor dining. If
Well, they
it's-
did in the summer, right? It
I
might
don't-
be seasonal.
My experience going there, because it costs money, right. So hence the bench being, I have sat on the bench in front of Heartwood and eaten my dinner and had a really nice time with it.
Would you
Probably
eat 2 doors down?
No, I would feel uncomfortable about it. I would feel, it feels weird, like it feels appropriate to be sitting at the place.
So then would it feel inappropriate if I
difference is
wasn't
it will be
eating
out
if
there
I
in the
sat there?
evening.
It's a,
when they're closed.
yeah, sorry, so with that.
I want to hear what both of you said.
Okay.
Lisa, wait, what did you just say?
So the tables will go in at night, the bench will stay out.
Right, because, okay,
Or
yeah.
if they're
And
closed
so
on
if
a
it's a
Monday or
city
something.
bench, then even if I'm not eating at Heartwood, I should feel comfortable using it and not perceive it as a Heartwood bench.
Correct. But that raises the question as well, like, say, for Three Forks, when they had benches in front of their business on Commercial Street. Where'd that go?
That's very.
I witnessed Three Forks staff many times have to ask people to leave. And I wonder if, because they weren't patrons of the business and it was their bench, so if it's a city bench now, is that going to be confusing in a negative way, or is it neutral?
I think it's confusing.
I think it's neutral. You mean the one by Three Forks? There's,
Yeah, if we have benches that are permanently in place in front of places where you eat, when it could be outdoor dining, are we taking away from, are we muddling the patronage?
well, with Three Forks, they've knocked themselves into the parking lot, so that, and it's a more permanent.
Then let's talk about Heartwood then.
Yeah, they're fine with it. Three Forks is totally fine with it. They just get worried if somebody walks up with a beer or something, and then they would go and ask them to leave. But
I mean, yeah, what were you thinking, Rod?
I think we're ready for a motion for the 4 locations. We've talked around it, and but I don't hear any large no's. No, it won't work. It's going to be, and they are portable.
They are?
No, they're not.
They're permanently affixed.
They're permanently affixed.
Yeah, but with bolts. I mean,
Okay.
if somebody wants to change it.
Revisable,
they're-
yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I will make a motion that we accept the bench placements for the 4 benches as shown in the site design map presented to the Nevada City Planning Commission, January 18th, 2023.
And let's clarify. So are they all backless benches?
I'm
No, they're all
I don't-
backed.
No, I'm just making a motion about location, and then
Let's
we
talk
can
about
look
what they are.
at
Okay.
what they are.
Yeah.
I am not in favor of the bench in front of Heartwood.
I'll
Well,
second your motion.
okay. Well, then we usually call for the vote.
This is just placement.
I'd like to have some more, I'd like to have some more
placement
discussion.
of the benches.
Oh, wait, then,
Yeah, I mean, so we're saying that there are 3, we're saying the 4 as shown here that all have backs. That's what I'm hearing.
No, there's the benches, sorry, it's not very clear on the drawing. The one by the Crystal Shop is backed. The one by Heartwood is backless. The one by Three Forks is backed. The one by the curb on Three Forks is backless. The one by Carrington's on the opposite side of the street is backed.
Wait, so there's, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
Then there's a motion and a second, so
Sorry, just to clarify, the only one that doesn't have a back is the one that's towards the,
2 that don't have a back.
Heartwood and.
the Heartwood
by
one
the
doesn't
curb.
either. Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And if somebody wants to modify it and take away the bench on the street itself by Three Forks, that would be okay with me also. So,
Thanks, Peter. I maintain my second for what we just proposed.
Okay. Commissioner Ermshaw,
No.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Van Zant,
yes.
Vice Chair Cobden,
Yes.
Chair Knight.
no.
What was that vote?
It's 3-2.
Motion carries.
Could I request on the next discussion that we defer to the chair to call for the motion, maybe? Could you orchestrate that? That felt a little wild to me.
It was,
Okay.
and I wish we could take it back.
Okay. Now we've established that. I'm okay with revisiting. What is the issue of having those bench locations? What would it take to get a positive vote?
I'm not in favor of a bench on the curb side in any case,
I'm okay with that.
and I.
And I agree with that.
And I question whether in front of Heartwood, notwithstanding the fact that it would help them, it feels crowded in that spot. But that's not a hill I would die on.
I have a question then.
I do have an issue though a strong issue with the bench along the curb on the south side.
So for those of you opposed to the bench in front of Heartwood, have you sat on the bench in front of Heartwood?
I've sat on their bench. We're talking about a city property. The city maintains it. There's a uniformity that helps somebody identify, like, hey, this is a place for me, just any pedestrian. I shopped at, Kaya's Naturals and I want to take a seat. But if it is used as outdoor dining for Heartwood, then it becomes not available to the public.
Right. On the other hand, if we're putting these benches in on commercial, it sounds to me, and maybe we need to clarify, that we are going to ask Heartwood to take their bench away for the sake of uniformity. Is that the case?
They have the right to pursue the proper channels for outdoor dining, which includes if they wanted people to sit on a bench, I think.
They wouldn't have the authority, I guess, to insist that only their customers sit on that bench. They'd have no authority to do that.
Yeah, I understand that. It also sounds like they are welcoming the bench.
I think what Lisa presented before, and by the way, I love Heartwood and I love Tony. I think what I heard was their bench is in disrepair and it would be great if that happened without any expense.
Expense to whom?
Business.
The business.
Oh.
I would imagine that the gamble is that the likelihood is that customers of Heartwood will sit at that bench. And as long as it's clear that they can't shoo people away who are not customers, then
That works.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll jump in. I agree with that. I mean,
One suggestion, sorry, Chair Knight. I might make is if we remove the bench in the Heartwood location, to potentially add another here in front of Kaya's Natural, so we have two up here.
I support
Because
that.
the owner of Kaya's Naturals is very adamant in thinking that we need places for people to sit, and she would love to see more than one up there, so that would be well supported.
well, and the windows are high there
Right.
too.
Yeah.
They're not down to street level windows, so that'd provide a nice setting for a bench and also not.
19
Here,
of the
Peter.
Oh, there it is.
Right there.
Yeah, that's
A bench
A bench that
there
would be
and
right
then a
there.
bench up to the right you're
Yeah,
talking about.
one's still in front of, next to Crystal Shop, essentially.
And we get rid of the one on the curb, right?
I like the one on the curb.
I like the one on the curb too. I think that one is clearly not associated with a business, and I think it has benefit because it's not associated. It's more distinct from the business than the one that's next to the wall.
So we're looking at moving, okay, we're gonna still have three benches against the wall on the south side. Two of them are going to be up closer to the intersection, right?
I think
And we're going,
I think
what
we're saying-
about the one on the curb?
I think we're saying we would have four up against the wall, right? We would move the one from Heartwood
To Kaya's Naturals.
to Kaya's Naturals.
Yeah.
Add it back to it.
Add it back, so sorry, that's four on the south side with three against the wall.
Yeah.
And what about the one on the curb?
I support the one
Rod
on the
and I
curb.
both supported it. Sounds like it's not going to pass, though, because the three of you are.
Yeah, again, I'll further make my point, though. I think that with the existing benches being installed, I think there's a natural tendency to associate it with a business, and people are, shyer people may be less inclined to use them than they would something that's away from the wall. So I think
This one-
having that,
oh, sorry.
having that other one that's not against the wall provides additional benefit, and it's a wider space down there at that east end of the street, so.
I'm not crazy about it, but I could live with it. Well,
Yeah.
like I say, the benches are removable if you unbolt them.
And out of a sense of place, though, it feels very suspended to me. You know, there's nothing anchoring it. Honestly, you know, especially, it's backless, right?
Yeah.
You know, there is a light post there. If the bench is going to get placed, it seems like it would make more sense to anchor it to something else.
It would make sense, that bench would make sense if one of our overriding principles wasn't preserving a sense of historicity.
Here's a photo of that location.
And can you,
It's a very large space, so.
can you hover about where the bench is being proposed?
So the photo of the bench with the planter was kind of here by this window, and the bench proposal is over in this area, which it can shift and move anywhere. I mean, we have room for a bench on the building and the curb here without having any sort of a constraint. We could do 4 benches in this area, we could do 5, but
Well, that kind of
trying
restricts
to
the
listen
travel.
to the, I don't think it does at all. I think you could, we have lots of space there, but trying to be sensitive to the design and the community, I didn't just litter it with benches.
Well, it's
But you get a
good.
feel here in this photo for what it's like to have 2 on the wall, right? It still sort of makes it feel spare and sparse on the sidewalk.
And
So,
also-
so you are bringing up the idea that we take the bench that's on the curb and put it against the wall, and we have 2 against the wall in that location?
It's an option. I'm with Rod. I think that here is better placement, or even 1 here and 1 on the wall. But if it was 2 was the best in that location, I would choose here and against the building here.
Yeah,
But that's-
I would too, because you have 2 right next to each other, they're lined up, it's kind of,
Framing the door is fine too, but it does make you feel like you're using something that belongs to that restaurant.
okay, I'm okay with revisiting our last vote.
I would actually like to still discuss the backed bench in front of Carrington's. There's something that bothers me about the way the bench looks now, I've noticed. Anytime and this might just be retail OCD, but anytime you're blocking a window, it feels poorly framed. That's my opinion. I don't know if that bothers anyone else.
It bothers me.
Yeah.
Is there any place else on that side of the street that would,
The
Take
other
bench.
idea
Let's see,
I
you got
had
all the
for
picture.
that, yeah, the other idea I had for that was to have a backless bench here that was kind of in line with the balcony post.
I like that.
I'm not sure if being closer to the wall would give you shade from the balcony, because it is above this bench.
oh, let's not get into shade again.
Yeah. You can see it's kind of a dry spot from the day that it was raining.
Is everybody looking at that picture?
Come on,
Okay.
picture number 10, which is page 52.
I'm not a fan of a backless bench in the midst of pedestrian traffic.
And there's
That
3
is-
posts to navigate, and there's stairs, and there's things, and it doesn't feel like a
Well, what if
easy
we have
placement.
a backless bench at that location?
then you run the risk of someone leaning back and.
Falling into the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about, as I look at, it's a photograph on, let's see.
The one that has
Hey.
Sushi Q in it.
Yeah, so down the hill from Sushi Q, between Sushi Q and Soul Crafts, there's a bit of plaster I'm seeing, and I can't quite tell how large that space is, but on the map, it does appear to be a green zone. Is there a place to put a bench over there?
Yes, Sushi Q.
It would
so,
be
like,
down the hill from that. Oh, okay. Oh, you have a planter there right now.
A
kind
bench
of.
could fit there.
a bench could maybe fit there. It's a little bit constrained. See this big thing in the sidewalk? That's like some sort of infrastructure.
That's
It's
is
kind
that
of
an access point?
And then how about if you keep going? I guess Two Little Birds has a green place in front of them. And that might actually be covered where you get maybe some shade. Is that covered? Oh, I see, kind of a low
Sort of.
window. And a planter is there.
A bench would it obstruct their display,
Yeah, maybe.
could.
Well, there's no clean place on that side for,
There's not.
for a bench. Is that our conclusion? I mean, there's no location that we talked about that fits a bench neatly and
And
clearly.
in an architecturally
In a-
pleasing way?
Yes, thank you.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so, but I'm,
But if we leave the bench on the sidewalk across from Three Forks, we still have 4 benches.
Do we scrap benches on the north side?
Is there, yeah, or is,
Well, I'm trying to.
somebody saying we should get
My
rid of the one in
question
front of
is,
Carrington's.
if we can't find a location for it, then it cancels itself out for a bench location. It's not us.
if we don't want it to look messy and be obstructive or inconvenience
A store.
business owners,
Yeah.
yeah.
How about, this is a little further down, but it would certainly help ice cream eaters. No. It's not on our map, but it's on, in a photograph on page 40, which would be in front of inner sanctum?
Sanctum.
Inner path. Yeah, there's a nice little section of brick between 2 windows. It's a narrow sidewalk though, so I don't know if it would fit.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty darn narrow there. It wouldn't, I don't think it'd allow for a wheelchair to pass.
I don't think so. We're trying to avoid a bench in front of the bars.
Smoking section,
Yeah.
smoking section.
Downtown is smoke-free.
And yet, attractive nuisance
There's law and there's reality.
is there.
Well,
And I would also note that if we don't have a bench on that side, we can come, if we can find a bench that fits, we can always come back to it and add it.
That's true, we can come back to it.
Yeah.
Yep, this isn't necessarily a done deal,
Oh, it's not the end of benches.
right?
We sure would like it to be, though.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Sure, but what, you know, once a formula is found, you know, a bench style, a logic for the placement of them, then to add them is a pretty straightforward process. We don't really have to go through all this soul searching to do it.
Will be
Well, I don't know
experienced.
what is the process to add it?
I
after
would
this?
propose, here's an idea. That bench that's falling apart on Pine Street, maybe we should replace that one
While we're at it.
with the extra bench we have that we can't put anywhere. Or add one on Pine Street, because there's so much, you know, people do use that one.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, that's a
that big space where that one bench is, and it's kind of in from Broad Street, which is it's kind of in a lonely location.
Yeah.
off of
The
Broad
other
Street.
thing is in winter, you actually get sun there. And so in the winter, people love to sit there.
An additional bench there, 2 benches
Exactly.
there might be quite nice.
Maybe, tree.
Maybe a tree.
Don't complicate.
Maybe a tree.
Trees are different than benches. Let's just do benches.
That's a future discussion, the future being today.
And Pine
Yeah.
Street's not on the agenda today.
It's not, it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not.
All right,
So,
well,
coming back to Commercial Street.
Oh, Rod, you kill all the fun.
Yeah,
don't you?
there's-
I do.
people read the agendas and then we get in trouble, you know?
We need to follow process.
well, based on the additional discussion, I'll just state where I am on benches. I like the location of the bench by the Crystal Shop. I like the relocation of the bench from in front of Heartwood to in front of Kaya's Naturals. I am in favor of the bench on the uphill side in front of the brew stuff. What do we call that?
Well, the brewing equipment.
The brewing equipment.
Yeah,
Those
their
big
window.
old- Yeah. And
And we
I-
could specify centered on the space between the windows.
Tom
Yeah.
will be there the day of installation.
Well,
I still feel like a bench out, I'm not principally opposed to a bench being closer to the sidewalk. I just feel like the placement of that bench is ungrounded. It's floating and random. There's no sense of place. But that's the only one that I'm having a hard time with. And I do support the removal of the bench in front of Carrington's. I wish there was a great spot to identify now to put a different bench, because I would love for there to be a nice place to sit over there. However, I'm not seeing it. And I think in the spirit of trying some things gradually, seeing how people are using the benches, I don't think that there's any risk to waiting to identify another place to put a bench there as it arises.
Is that a motion?
I'm just telling you guys where I'm at, and I'm interested if anybody has another point of view.
I agree with all of that, and I, maybe it's just a gut feeling. I like the floating bench in front of Three Forks for all kinds of reasons. It feels flexible to me. I would sit on it, personally.
Lots of people would sit on it.
I think a lot of people would sit on it.
I think so,
it
too.
would get really used, and I don't think that visually it's going to be obstructive because it's backless.
It's not, and it's not a visual obstruction. It's more like, literally, it's so wide open, and then you might hit your shins on it.
And I just want to interject. Papa, are you leaving? Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope we hear more from you.
You will.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to propose a break, but I would like to, I think we're really
Let's
close.
finish the benches before.
I
we-
want to finish the benches, yes.
Is there a motion for 3 benches?
With back.
As, benches with backs, relocated as follows. The bench in front of Heartwood relocated to Kaya's Naturals. The bench in front of Three Forks to be centered, I suppose, on an architectural detail to be determined. Also, placement of the one in front of the Crystal Shop needs to be specified at some point.
Yeah, not, so like where the brick
Yeah.
comes down.
Yeah,
there's
just
the
so
space in between.
so it makes sense visually when you look at it. I would like to make a motion for those 3 benches without the one in the middle of the sidewalk, eliminating the bench on the north side of the street.
Second.
This motion supposed to override the prior motion?
Yeah, let's clarify
Yes.
that.
Yes.
So,
All right, so just include, as part of your motion, rescinding the prior action?
Okay.
yeah,
We'll move this.
well, I would like to add my comments before we jump into it. I strongly feel that there's a lot of value in keeping the one near the curb down by Three Forks. For all the reasons that I already stated, I think it will be highly used. I think it provides value that the other ones don't. I think the separation from a business is important. And that's why I would vote to keep that one. I'm okay with moving the other ones as suggested. And I'm indifferent about Carrington, so I can go either way on that one.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is that bench that's on the street, would that be without a back? right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we approved
Yeah.
already.
One thing I would add, because of Wendy's comment, is it just feels like it's floating out there, right? If it was a material that had a lot of stature, it could feel different. So if that was like the granite style bench, that was very historic, all stone, I think it could sort of hold its own.
I understand what you're saying. I could also see it blending in with the color of the concrete. And, you know, in concept, again, like, I think a granite bench is beautiful in terms of how it functions in that space and how much I see people consumed with their phones, or their field of vision is going up to something exciting, and it just feels like a surprise, you know.
Would you be willing to amend your motion to make that a?
I don't think, there's not an emotion right
I
now.
thought-
Yeah, so.
This is
I'd-
pre-motion discussion, and
Yeah.
we could actually consider two separate motions, one that includes that bench and one that doesn't, and
Or we
see how
could,
it flies.
or we could break them into two separate things, right?
Another thing to consider is that the commemorative Nissan feature, we haven't really discussed it, and it certainly should be different from anything else we do and have unique stature. Something in stone, the bench out in the middle of nowhere, a commemorative piece should be a standalone, notable feature that commands attention and invites something. And so a stone bench that is an event of its own in that location.
I think, though, that what was said at the beginning of the meeting, and it will be good to hear more points of view, but if we're going off of Shelley's suggestions, it was not so much like one large monolith so much as like scattered symbology and suggestions of the presence of people throughout the street.
I think that's a separate motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it would be good, okay, all right.
What
I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, I mean,
I see where you're going with
like an
the-
opportunity
a
for that
bench
should be
is a
identified.
compromise in a way, but.
Yeah, I'd also add, if we want to add stuff there, we could also put a planter next to the bench, you know, to give it more
How about,
of a standalone, so.
I'm gonna bounce off of what Rod said earlier and make a proposal, a motion to approve, what is it, the three backed benches? Up at the Crystal Shop? Kaya's Naturals, and centered in the window of the brew tank window. Make that its own motion. And scratch Carrington's along with it, I guess. And then we can talk about putting the other one in separately, as a separate motion. What do
I
you
think
think?
that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, and we've already approved all of them now, so we're modifying what we did.
Yes.
So if we could make those changes, then have a separate discussion to rescind or keep the.
That sounds like a grand idea.
Standalone.
So,
Yeah.
Thanks, Rod. I'll let you do it.
And Tom. I think you already said it. I think you said it, right? So the motion is to modify the three.
To rescind, is that the right language, Russ? To rescind the
Rescind
previous
or-
motion, yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thanks, Teresa.
Thanks, Teresa.
I'll listen to the rest.
Okay, promise.
Multiple trees.
You may have to get overtime pay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Russ is nodding. The motion is to rescind the all four backed benches approval and replace it with one centered in front of the Three Forks window, one in front of Kaya's Naturals, one in front of the Crystal Shop. Period.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Sorry, one more question. Do we have to specify the style? Is it the exact one that was presented? I also heard somebody talk about one that's already in the city.
Let's not
can
at this
talk
time.
about that separate.
We'll just
Okay,
do placement
perfect.
this time,
Perfect,
yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
placement, great.
Commissioner Ermshar?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Van Zant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden?
Yes.
Chair Knight.
Yes. We've done something. Look at us.
Hey. And
Well,
I'm
we
gonna-
did something.
And I'm taking a break with.
Yeah, let's have a 10-minute recess.
All right.
Is that okay with members of the public who are present?
I'm out of here.
Them all away.
It's rare that we
Oh, you love
outlast
those
the
things.
public.
I've seen you get them before.
And this is what we
There we go.
We are back. Now we'll discuss which benches.
Which bench?
I guess we can just begin with,
One thing, so last time, so we talked about the four against the wall. My motion was only to rescind the one against the wall. I want to make sure we have the discussion about the one that wasn't against the wall,
the motion was 3 against the wall, correct?
or however many it was.
Right.
There were, yes.
Right, with the, okay.
But
so-
but currently, the one that's not against the wall still stands.
Right.
So
let's have
I'm
a-
still in
let's
favor
have
of
a
that. I
discussion
want
of
to
that.
make sure we
Yeah.
resolve any discussion about that.
Okay, would you like to begin? You're in favor of the
For all-
bench on this?
I will just reemphasize what I said before, for all the same reasons I said before. I think that one should stay.
For those of you who are opposed to it, what's the opposition? Is there something that would make it more appealing to you?
As an,
I lost track. What is it?
The bench.
The backless bench.
Backless bench in front of Three Forks on the curb side.
Oh, okay.
If it is a problem that it's kind of floating on its own, we could have 2 along the curb as well.
Or we could put a planter next to it.
you said 2 along the curb?
Or we could put
Oh,
the,
So
there's
like
room
it
for
would-
another
Granite.
It would basically
Yeah.
be across
Granite
from the
bench.
backed bench.
I kind of like
Yeah.
that idea.
So there would be 2.
I like a granite bench as well.
Yeah.
I personally
Oh.
not in favor of the granite bench.
Okay.
I think we talked, can't remember, maybe it's in the workshop about some of there were issues with the
Yeah.
granite bench in terms of.
Which are?
Oh, graffiti,
gets-
yeah.
People, more likely to have skateboarders, it gets hot sitting in the sun. Can't remember what else, absorbs.
It was in the
it's-
comments,
like
or the
porous.
summary.
It's
So-
porous, yeah, people
Yeah.
spray paint it or, tag it or whatever, it's harder to remove all that.
Okay.
Has to be sandblasted?
Yeah,
What about a backless bench with a planter feature? A greening feature?
So that it wasn't a standalone, it had a little
Yeah.
buddy.
that works for me.
My two concerns about a backless bench there against on the curb side is A, I think it compromises the historic street feel. That's one. And also it's, to Wendy's point, it's sort of loneliness and surprisingness as a possible thing to trip over, bump into, and then that could be eased by a greening feature, which increases the visual impact of it in a way that I consider negative.
What is the depth of the benches, Lisa?
18 inches is the backless.
Okay.
Is like a standard.
And the one with the back?
I can't remember offhand. I think it's like 26 to 27.
Are you referring to the steel ones?
Mm-hmm.
And out of curiosity, when I look back again at the Opportunity Zone map,
Okay.
the Opportunity Zone map, let's see, 48 minimum path of 48 inch, 54 for curves. I am not seeing why that entire zone with the radius curb between the 2 crosswalks, why all of it is red. So as an example, under the tree, backed against the planter, like as you come straight across the crosswalk from the north side of Commercial Street, that feels like a sense of place and a landing to have a bench. And as I look at the photograph,
Excuse me a second, are you referring to the corner by Three Forks?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, where the 2 intersections come to that radial curve, there is, if you look at the picture on page 68, is there not room to put a bench against that curb under the tree in the shade? And the only reason, and again, I know that you're not a CAD drawer, so like the diagram you made is great and imperfect, right? It looks like there's enough clearance based off the green zones adjacent up the street.
Yeah,
and
you're
I'm just
right.
wondering.
You're totally right. I
Oh,
didn't see that.
and it's not freestanding. It's backs up against that little fence.
And it's shady.
And it's shady.
What page is that, Wendy?
Oh, I like
So
that.
the photograph on page,
This one.
So basically, you'd stick it here, right
It's
there,
kind
underneath
of
the
right,
tree.
it's right by the crosswalks though. So both crosswalks come like this.
Basically, the crosswalk would run,
I don't see where that's a problem.
I think it gives you a destination when you're crossing the crosswalk. You go, oh, look, I'm going to go sit right there.
Works for me.
Works for me. And it's not freestanding, yeah. Solves, and don't forget, there are 2 benches, I believe, in front of the DA's office, right?
Right.
But
Under the trees, right, 10 feet away.
there's also, though.
50.
Huh?
50
There's
feet.
also, there's also, though,
No, I'm
like,
talking about this location right here. The one we're talking
It's
about.
not 10 feet. 10 feet's like,
I thought you said 50 feet.
I'm not
Do
sure.
you have an
what the-
objection, Rod?
No, I'm thinking, again, another technical requirement, right? So you've got the curb ramp here, and there's guidelines for how much free space
Right.
that there should
Sure.
be after the curb
That's why I
ramp.
don't know.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
based on the schematic, it looks pretty wide based on the green zone that is up the street from it. So,
Yeah, and I'm just sort of looking at this street view
Yeah.
image of it, and
Yep.
and I don't know the guideline off the top of my head.
totally. I think it said 54 inches is that correct? Versus 48, we have to have 54 inches there?
I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah,
if you're
that's- and that-
forcing a wheelchair to curve around.
Yeah.
That's
So
2
my
ramps.
is-
There's
my
2 ramps,
assumption
too.
is
There
it
are 2
goes like right
crosswalks.
here,
Yeah.
right? That's my assumption. If it would fit, it fits like right here, right? To have 54 and 54 clearance, but I don't know, because I don't have a tape measure and it's not quite to scale, maybe.
well, you want to make sure it's not blocking,
It's also sort of busy right there with people coming out of Three Forks. You got people coming at you from 1, 2, more or less 4 directions.
Well, again, we do have the benches in front of the building right next to that, just to the right, which are used a lot, by the way.
The ones that are owned by Three Forks.
I think
No,
those-
the ones, the DA's
Oh, yeah,
office.
yeah.
There's one against the wall and one between 2 trees.
Yeah. They are sat upon.
Is there 3? There's one that looks off,
I thought that there were 3.
Yeah,
Rod's got street
one that
view,
looks
maybe he
off
can pull it
down
up.
towards the,
Sorry, which are you looking at?
In front of the DA's
DA's
office, how many benches are there?
Oh, hold on. Let me steer back around there.
2 or 3? Not that it
oh,
changes.
there you go. You almost had it.
Well, there's a bunch of cars in the way.
Well, there's.
Let me go around the corner.
Wait, there's the one that's.
Hold on, let me just steer around.
I still feel like ideally, we should know the
1,
sidewalk
2,
depth across the street.
maybe 3. Can't
Yeah.
tell.
Because that makes so much sense from, extending the usable space, the rest areas, and not having them so concentrated. That's just my opinion.
Like adding dimensions onto the map?
Well, if we knew the depth of that sidewalk, we could make an informed decision about whether or not it's even conceivable. We're saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's narrow, but we don't really know.
I think even if it is conceivable, just given, you got 2 crosswalks coming in there.
I'm talking about on the north side.
Oh, on the north side.
Yeah, so, because I'm hearing you, Rod, and it's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, what else? And so
Got
one of
it.
the what else ideas was one that we just assumed might not work, but I think it would be better to know if it would work, to put a bench on the north side in front of all that brick on the sidewalk
Oh, I see what you're saying.
downhill from the pizza joint, because there's so many people that hang out over there also.
I'm pretty sure that's too narrow.
It feels pretty narrow to me, too.
Yeah, it feels quite narrow, but maybe something in front of the pizza joint would be workable.
I go back into, I wish restaurants would provide their own outdoor dining if that's how they would like, if that is something they desire, so that city-provided seating areas feel free for anyone in the community to use.
So if we're asking Heartwood to take out their 2 benches because they don't match, we have 3 benches on the table, we're only a positive of 1 bench. We're only adding additional seats for maybe 2 people.
That's interesting math. Yeah, interesting. Because as a just regular pedestrian, not when I'm eating at Heartwood, which I did last night, and I do a lot, I consider Heartwood benches theirs, and I would never sit there unless I was eating. So I still feel like we are plus benches for the community. I don't know if anyone else sees it that way, but.
Rod just brought up, it looks like there are 3 benches in front of the DA's office.
What if we added, if you go to page 54, there's a picture of a bench currently sitting in front of the Masonic building? Is that it?
Yeah, that was part of the
crystal.
It looks
put it there
like,
for the workshop.
why not just put 2 there?
It's asking for 2.
It is asking for 2, and maybe a planter in
And a
between both
planter in
of them.
between, in front of that brick column.
Maybe a planter with a tree.
And 1 in front of Kaya's Naturals?
Yeah.
So 3 benches there?
Yeah. I think, like, if we had them centered in those so that they lined up with the indentations in the brick wall, that would look really good.
I'm not committing to a planter, but I think it's such a wide expanse. It's on the shady side. I think there's,
If the goal here is to add more seating, public seating for people, that is an ideal spot.
I have one more, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I like that, and keeping the
You
one
like
against
more,
the
more,
curve,
more.
yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Sorry, Wendy.
I guess I feel like advocating for the rest of the business district in that, for me personally, it feels like adding 3 benches is great, and reserving, I still think a bench could function and fit down there where it's busier if we feel like we need more seating that way. So I'd be in favor of that. And I would rather recommend, instead of just trying to keep plugging in more and more and more over here, some way to facilitate that people go all the way up Broad Street, and they enjoy the whole city. And so I know that's not the focus of today's discussion, but we don't have to put all of the seating in the city on one street. And maybe 3 benches here is enough, with the recommendation to council that we extend that same quality of life opportunity, the enjoyment of the city throughout, and we take a review of other places to put benches besides the 3 that we all agree on.
And what would play into that is we could come back on just around the corner, the picture here, where to
Right.
go, where to go.
Yeah, it'd be nice,
That big, long stretch,
It'd be nice
that
to
would
ask-
take 2 benches there.
it'd be nice to ask the council if they would like to ask us to consider seating on Pine Street.
So we have 3. We have 3 there, we have 3 in front of the DA's office, and then we have 2 around the corner on Pine Street.
Right. And so what I am suggesting is showing a gesture that we support the idea of benches throughout town by requesting that council review other places to add seating for enjoyment of all of town, and beginning with just these 3 here. But the gesture to say, yeah, we like benches. We like people to be able to sit and enjoy themselves, take a rest. We want them to do it everywhere, That's my opinion.
I agree.
I don't feel that should preclude us adding the benches that we have here. I agree we should have them throughout town, but I don't think we should, remove the ones that we've approved here.
Well, it's not on the agenda, so it's,
No, I'm
No,
not
she's
saying,
just saying we
I'm
would
saying
suggest it.
the agenda is asking about this street, and
Wendy's thinking beyond this meeting.
I'm thinking beyond this meeting. I'm
Okay,
thinking
good.
strategically, right?
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
like, what is the overall impact of like, what is town like? What is it like here in the whole town, not just Commercial Street? And rather than, saturating one street with seating, it should be selectively distributed throughout town. And so 3 benches on the shady side makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
And I feel like that is adequate. It doesn't mean we can't determine that it's being utilized so much that we need more. That can always be determined.
I still-
I completely agree with that perspective, and if you'd like to make a motion regarding the bench along the curb in front of Three Forks, you may.
Oh, it's already there in our approval so far, so.
I would like to move that we
Yes, maybe somebody
rescind,
else wants
I
to
would
make a
like to
motion.
move that we rescind the floating backless bench.
We rescinded the previous motion and
That's already been
supplanted it
rescinded.
with 3 benches.
No, I only rescinded the ones that were against the wall. I didn't rescind the one that was floating.
My
Oh.
understanding
the
is that.
motion was just the 3, the floating one we were going to deal with
Correct.
now,
Yeah.
which
yeah.
we are doing.
So, I mean, you can still make a motion to rescind, someone else can make a motion to rescind that one, yeah.
The floating bench has not been approved by a vote.
Correct, it wasn't in
No.
the motion.
It was in the original motion that was 3-2.
The previous motion was.
Yeah,
was
either way,
rescinded.
we can have a clarifying motion now. If somebody wants to
I'm
rescind
going to
that
ask
one.
Russ, because
Yeah.
I'm hearing what each of you are saying is true, and I don't know. So,
Yeah.
I wrote it down, it's true.
well, I know what we voted on. What I don't know is when we rescind a motion, is the entire thing rescinded, or can you rescind it in part? I think that
It's
is the item
entire-
for
The
debate.
entire,
But I think it's-
entire motion, first motion is wiped out.
Will you
but
clarify
that's
this
not what
for
I
us,
said.
Russell?
That's not what I said, so Russ is nodding.
Yes, what I heard is that you rescinded the first motion. There's only been one motion and a vote, and that was inclusive of multiple locations. Then you had a new motion that was approved for 3 benches.
And so, Russ, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rod,
Okay.
I think the question is, can a motion be only partially rescinded, or is every element of that first motion automatically rescinded when part of it is? Does that make sense?
It's all rescinded.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's either you rescind or you don't.
Either way, we're going to talk about it.
Okay.
You're starting fresh.
Okay, so that is not,
Okay.
that is not, okay.
So then,
So we approved
Three,
three
right?
bench locations.
all right, so right now, the floating one does not exist.
Right.
So for all the reasons stated before, I move to approve the one that is in front of Three Forks near the curb without it back as proposed in the packet.
Can I make a different motion?
You can
Yeah,
ask
you
to
can.
amend it. or
Well,
you talk to him. The motion's not made yet because,
It
Or
hasn't been
did-
seconded.
Yeah, so I would move to suspend the approval of the floating bench with the recommendation for council to review the opportunity to continue the same review of seating throughout, to include the entire city, and at that point, readdress the floating bench.
I still think that we've only added 2 seats total to the street, and the whole, we've spent 5 hours, well, no, 3 hours so far, and we have 2 seats.
we
I
have
just
3.
don't see it that way, though.
We have 3. We have 3.
We have 3, okay, 3, I mean, honestly, like, 3 people are not gonna sit on that bench together, right?
No, I agree with you. It's
We have 3 benches, but net total, we have actually less, because this is going to demand that any existing bench is going to disappear.
I have a problem with this because it's asking shops. Personally, I do not care for the absolute uniformity of different, like, of outdoor benches, right? I love the way that the Heartwood bench looks. I don't want to see it go.
I don't understand why it has to go.
I'm wondering, is
That's
that,
what
is
I-
that,
that's
yeah,
what
is that
I thought that
necessary,
that's what came
actually?
up. Can it stay?
I mean,
Yeah,
it makes
it-
sense to me
Okay,
that we
great,
would
great.
ask that to go, just like we would ask the
Terrific.
planters in front of the Mystic Theater to go.
Wait, so we are asking planters in front of the
Those
Mystic to go?
little- Yeah, those little planters.
Wait, this is making assumptions. This
Yeah,
is making a lot of assumptions. So what can Heartwood have for their outdoor dining?
They can have what is, they're approved for with their, that they applied for, that's in alignment with the design guidelines.
Okay.
So
And they
are
have
the
the bench.
benches in alignment with the design guidelines?
Well,
They have them because they're a carryover from COVID.
So
but
they
they're
exist in a
not-
state of grace.
Yeah.
But they could have chairs, why couldn't they have benches? Does it say no benches, or it just says these are
I-
examples
we
of-
did approve a
Right.
specific dining table, wrought iron, 4 feet, as I believe.
Was that a requirement or was that suggested?
I don't think it,
We
I don't think it's
approved.
identical.
There are approved tables.
But that doesn't mean those are the only, did that mean that those were the, I don't remember.
Currently, unless they propose others, but the tables used for outdoor dining need to be approved by the planning commission.
Okay.
We've approved certain designs specifically, and whatever they propose needs to be approved by the planning commission.
Do you remember approving Heartwood's outdoor dining furniture and permit?
No, the assumption being that they chose from the menu of approved ones. The assumption being that, and that should be, my assumption is that would be done ministerially unless they
Yeah, I
want to
thought-
propose a different table.
I don't recall them asking for outdoor dining. I recall many sign proposals, but. So
Yeah, that-
not to
You're
get
right.
lost
I
in the
think it
weeds
is
here, like,
ministerial.
my,
What?
I think it may be ministerial.
Yeah,
for
I
the
think their
sidewalk
encroachment
dining.
permit would be.
but I guess my understanding here is that they're gonna have to lose the bench and buy another one. Am I correct?
I mean,
Only to the degree that.
Okay,
Only to the degree that various shop owners, planters would need to be removed as part of our action today, but we're not doing that necessarily.
only to the degree that enforcement occurs.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And I think one thing that I'm not clear if we're all on the same page about is, it doesn't mean they can't ever have anything there. That's,
I understand.
yeah, yeah.
Right, that's kind of a
That's the part-
re-saying of what we're,
Yeah.
like,
So when we say we're losing it, it's, that would be up to the business owner. They need to decide, do I want outdoor seating or not? I mean, that's up to the business owner. Do they want to make that investment? I don't think that seating would be that expensive, honestly. But that would be up to them to determine, not me. I don't know how their cash flow is, right? So,
you mean an outdoor dining encroachment permit?
all of it.
Well,
Anyway, so, but what I'm saying is there's a path for that.
Outdoor dining is available to the restaurants.
Right.
And we approved of a particular table design and chair, which is the wrought iron. We didn't approve of a bench. We just approved, you can have outdoor eating, and here's what you're going to use for a table.
Well, the pizza joint also has, by the same token, an unauthorized bench under the,
And it looks great.
Sure.
Well, I would support, and again, it's not today's agenda, I would support if a restaurant has a way to have outdoor dining, which they do, as long as there is clearance. If they want to let their people sit on a bench without a table to eat it, like, I don't see harm in that. And so if that is not part of the packet, if it is overtly omitted as an option, I think that should be addressed. That's just my opinion. So.
So enforcement of that is optional and up to the discretion of the city council, I guess, to recommend enforcement of.
The bench going away.
Yeah, the bench going away. So that hardwood seating doesn't necessarily go away
Okay, okay.
if it's not enforced to be removed.
I'm going to make a motion to, or do you want to make?
I had a motion. I
We
made
have
a
two
motion.
motions.
Well, I
Did you make
heard
your motion?
motion.
I did.
Okay, can you restate what your motion
Yeah.
was?
I move that we omit the floating bench
Okay.
with the recommendation to city council, it be revisited when we address a citywide assessment of where we might also place additional benches.
Okay.
You might want to say, do you want to say business area?
Business
as
district.
opposed to?
Yeah, citywide, thank you.
Because
Business district.
citywide,
Yeah.
Historic district.
Historic district.
Yeah.
Can I muddle around in here a little bit?
Yeah, please, help me.
I
Who's off the cuff?
I think our overall.
The whole world.
Part of our recommendation to the city council should be to consider seating throughout the city and identify
Yeah.
other seating options on Commercial Street if the need is apparent.
Yeah.
That'll be our general recommendation. The bench is already omitted. So Rod's motion is to add it.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
I just want to remind us that the whole purpose of the conversation is the revitalization and celebration of pedestrian space on Commercial Street specifically. And I think you're right. I think we should celebrate all of downtown, but I would like to see more seating on Commercial Street, period.
One thing that makes Commercial Street different from other streets is that it does close on the weekends. And I'll say
There's
it.
larger sidewalks, too.
yeah,
Right,
wider
and-
sidewalks.
All the more reason, more demand for seating.
And then there is a street available for merchants, for the chamber to put tables in the middle of Commercial Street on weekends. That's an opportunity that hasn't been,
Is that, they can just do that?
well, with an agreement from the city. I mean, it's an avenue that hasn't been explored.
I mean, it's kind of a where would they go issue, right? Like, where do they get stored? There's a
True, and
shortage
that-
of space.
You know,
But
this.
it's a missed opportunity that.
There's so many things that I feel I must have a hyper sense of responsibility. I am not expecting the city to solve all of my problems as a business owner. You know, not everybody has the exact same circumstance in the building they're in, the storage requirements. I don't have a place to put waste management garbage cans in my business, so I walk it home or I drive it home. These are just things that when you decide to take on the responsibility of doing business, you figure out, you don't say, hey, solve this for me. And so it's just the priorities and the reality of everything being uniquely different.
I agree, and I would also say that we're all here because we care, and we want to take the opportunity when we're able to make things a little bit nicer and easier where and when we can.
Absolutely. But solving for people where they store their tables is not my purview. Letting them have them is something we can empower them with.
Then let's not
How
talk
they
about
manage
tables.
it is like up to
I
them.
agree, that's not even on our agenda, really, so.
Yeah.
Not at all, but it is a.
Tom was making a comment that that's available.
Yeah.
It's a ripe opportunity that hasn't been used at all, an empty street.
So we have two motions, neither with seconds at this point.
My
second Tom's
my third
Wait, did
motion
Tom make a
proposal is, did you make a motion?
I didn't.
Okay.
Oh.
I didn't think so. Okay, I'm paying attention. I would like to propose adding a backed bench against the Masonic building in addition to the one that's already there, so that there are two divots, and adding the backless bench across from Three Forks against the curb.
So you're adding a bed, basically you're taking mine and adding on another one in front of the
Yes.
Masonic building.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Oh, you said not including the one on the curb?
I am including the one on the curb.
And I would trade you
Masonic.
for the one on the curb, trade you the one on the curb for the one in front of the Masonic building,
Oh, boy.
just to make this more fun.
Do you want to make a motion, Peter?
I think we should deal with the floating one and then come back and revisit this issue in 6 months, and we will have a sense of what's working, what isn't working. Do we need to add a second bench.
We need a floater.
Do, you know,
Does it make sense, though, to order benches altogether? Instead
what'd
of
you
a
think?
one-off?
Yeah, I think it makes
It
more.
also makes sense to complete the project.
Yeah.
So I would just encourage you to remember what you're deciding upon, which is materials, color, scale, form.
and location, or whatever.
Location is in relation to those things. So
Placement is the
we're
word you
getting
used.
all hung up on placement, but really, I feel like there's just a lot of sort of opinions. And I felt like the Lori Oberholzer's comments were very much opinion-based. I understood the feeling of like, we like them against the building, and so that's sort of what we're talking about, is the difference between on the curb or on the building. I understand that they like that, but I think you all should, you know.
I want to clarify, because actually, I am not 100% opposed to benches closer to the curb. That doesn't, in fact, in some ways, I think it gives the appearance that the street is narrower, which makes it feel more cozy and historic. It is specifically that one bench that feels very satellite to me.
Right, and so I guess what I'm saying is you could be adding more to that area if you feel like it's too sparse, or just like a thing on its own, or.
Part of too, because I'm operating from within my mind, and sometimes I'm not clear at getting things out. We're trying to segment this conversation into benches, which is helpful. But part of my rationale is already considering planters. And in general, I am reluctant to put a ton of things up and down the street. And so the idea of putting a bench and then a planter everywhere is not in line with the aesthetic that I think, is representative of what the vision is, and what the the vision being, our historic guidelines. And so I'll go back to overall preferring, this was from Lori actually, right? I think I quoted Kathy before, but this is really inviting. And it doesn't have an obstructive block feeling of these massive planters that also create other maintenance issues. I love plants, I love landscaping, I love trees. It's just not that clean as like, oh, I'm just gonna decorate here. We see things in the sidewalk where we need to be able to get into utility boxes and so on and so forth. And so overall, just putting in one random big planter to me looks really odd, or two planters, or trying to hug one up against a post because we're just so insistent upon having greenery. It feels forced in ways. So my opinion about the bench cannot be made in a vacuum without the awareness to, if we put a bench there, then the next thing is something else and something else and something else, which I'm just not in favor of, so.
I'll tag onto that. I think the bench by itself looks all lonely and could also be a trip hazard. I've said this before, and it would need something else, some more embellishment to catch one's eye, and also make it not seem so lonely. So then it becomes a double problem.
Right.
It's a solution that creates
needs a
problem.
solution. Yeah. So.
And so we're considering bench locations.
Right.
And we're not doing it independent of these other things. We're just not getting to it yet.
Okay. And if I may bring up something?
Sure. Yes.
That location, floating location, we have 3 benches within 20 or 30 feet of that location in front of the DA's office.
50 feet.
50 feet, minus 25.
Would you like to make your motion?
They're more obscured. They're like, you can't see them because of the trees, but.
I feel like those are very
But if you're talking
cut
about
off.
seating, about people who are
It is
wandering
there.
around and need to sit,
Right,
that's
that's
where I
what we've
sit.
been talking about, is people who want to take a rest in the shade and have a place to,
Well,
just enjoy looking up in the trees.
in front of the DA's office are 3 benches. Freebies.
They didn't have
I
to
don't
have a
think you're
5-hour
disagreeing.
meeting.
No, we're
No,
agreeing.
we're-
We're
yeah.
agreeing.
And I agree with you there too, and I also think that we could have more benches and more places to sit for all the people who might need them.
And I'm agreeing with you, just that they should be distributed throughout the historic district.
But that's a bigger project.
I know, I'm just saying.
Wendy's
I-
happy
what
with
I'm
the number
trying
that
to
we've
say-
already approved,
All I'm trying to
and I'm
say is
not.
I'm not anti-bench. I'm just saying.
No one's accusing you of being
Yeah.
anti-bench.
Yeah, I'm not anti-bench.
I would just
We
really,
just
I
don't
would
have to
really
put
like to tie up this conversation, not
Yeah.
argue about it anymore.
Yeah.
Can we make a motion? Back
We've
to,
got,
back
we've got
to.
3 motions on the floor now.
Yeah,
Well,
can
there's
we,
a
I'm gonna second Rod's motion. Let's vote on it.
roll call, please.
Hey,
what was your-
repeat the motion, please.
My motion basically was to put the bench on the curb in front of Three Forks. That was my motion.
That's it.
Yeah,
Backless bench.
backless bench, yeah.
I'll second. Commissioner Ermshar?
No.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Van Zant?
Oh, boy, yes.
Vice Chair Cobden? Yes. Chair Nye?
No.
Okay, done.
Okay, and I'm gonna motion
Go ahead.
to add one last bench against the Masonic Building adjacent to the bench that we've already approved, centered on the divots.
So we would have 3 in that location.
2.
Well,
Two
Kaya's
and then there's
Naturals,
Kaya's
and then 2
Naturals.
against the Crystal Shop.
Unless we want to talk about moving one from Kaya's.
Is there a second?
My computer's shutting down. Can I get the battery? No one likes it.
No, I'm deciding. I'm deciding, I'm looking back at that space.
I forgot to bring another battery down next time.
I would have traded you.
Are you still in there? You what?
I would have traded you.
Okay, well, there's a call for a second. Is there a second?
No. All right, let's move on.
Good try, though.
Thanks.
We can come back to it, though. We haven't used
We
the
don't have
space.
to come back to it.
No,
Let's not,
no,
please.
next year.
Exactly. Exactly.
Architecturally, it invites it.
Okay,
Yeah.
done.
I think Russ has a comment for us. Can you hear me, Russ? Because we couldn't hear you.
Probably not, because I don't have it.
Oh, he doesn't have
Oh,
it
Russ
now.
can't hear us?
Oh, Donna's computer died, so she's getting back onto Zoom now. Do you want to hand me the?
Hopefully he reads lips.
You people are doing this all wrong.
Yeah.
You just violated 5 different. Is that it?
Is it connected to that thing over there? It's the skinny one.
Sausage.
Sausage, what?
This is how the sausage is.
Sausage
It's so
making.
good.
Yes.
I see.
You do make tasty sausage, I think.
I think we do.
Okay,
But once again-
are you there? Can you hear us now, Russ?
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it.
Keep your sound up.
Yes. Can you hear us now, Russ?
It looks all no-y.
I don't think this works because I get a bad echo. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yay.
Okay.
Did you have a comment to make, Russell?
Only that I couldn't hear any longer.
Okay.
Did you catch the, were you able to catch the 2 motions? We had a motion that carried?
Yes.
Okay.
Now are we on to bench design?
So.
I think so.
What page is the, of the PDF are the bench options on?
Let's
early,
see
right?
here.
Oh, I see,
The
it's
ones that
page
we
44?
discussed are 44, yes.
And there was also discussion of the bench that exists elsewhere in the city. And I don't know if there's an example of that you can share.
All the photos are that. Sorry. All the photos of the mock-up and the photo on Pine Street is that old bench, and
Okay.
I'm not sure if we would be able to get that exact same bench, but obviously there's plenty of wooden benches out there with steel legs. Those are just seem a little like old-fashioned, and like they're very heavy. So I'm not sure what we could find that would be a perfect match, but I'm sure we could get something close.
Heavy isn't, I mean, necessarily a problem.
No.
So I'll maybe jump the line and ask from a general discussion standpoint, what commissioners are favoring among the two steel bench options that are shown?
There are two options?
Yeah, well, there's one with a back and one that doesn't have a back. They're powder coated.
Well, but we already approved backed benches and one non-back bench.
Right.
So we need both. So I guess so I'll speak up then. So I'm fine with both of the two steel ones that are proposed. I'm also fine if we prefer to use the one that's already existing within the city. I'm okay with either of those.
You mean the ones with the wood?
With the ones with the wood, correct.
Same.
An issue may be with the backless bench, there isn't necessarily a correlating backless, one that correlates with the backed version.
I guess I would also add that the metal one itself is going to be less maintenance,
That's even true.
less splinters.
That's why we recommended it last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My one observation / concern complaint is that the new one versus the old one, what's nice about the old one is it's got those broad armrests, which are really nice. And it looks like the newer version is much more narrow. The older benches are quite beautiful, I think.
I would add, though, that the new version has flatter armrests, which in general I like, versus the more sloped ones. I think I'm still indifferent.
Okay,
to the two.
yeah, I'm not,
Where is that picture?
52, page 52, so probably down.
I would be happy with the new one.
It seems like the aesthetic of both are in keeping with the design guidelines. You know, there could be some sort of cost benefit one way or the other, either short-term in the acquisition, or Public Works might have a preference in terms of what their capacity is for maintaining and what they expect they'd have to do.
Oh, wait, is it
No.
down here?
Yeah. it
Oh,
should
there.
Should we make a recommendation for one or the other, depending on what's most fiscally responsible? How would that work out for staff, Lisa? Is that a burden, or?
I think it's pretty safe to say that the metal one's going to be less maintenance, as I think you noted before.
Well, less maintenance, but like, is it going to be more expensive to replace the ones that are
Not in keeping.
not in keeping?
I think they're all sort of in the same price range from what I've seen online. There's just some more expensive companies, and then just sort of your standard cost. Yeah.
Do you know if the backless bench and the backed bench that are shown, the powder coated ones, are from the same manufacturer?
Yes, they are.
The design of the backless bench shown would not invite grinding with a skateboard.
True.
That is correct.
Sorry, skateboarders. That's a point in its favor. I'm not opposed, personally, I'm not opposed to the, I like the visual charm of the original the ones that are around town. I don't think that there's a really strong visual argument between those two. And I think the maintenance would definitely be much easier on the powder-coated one. I'll be neutral.
I'll make a motion that we approve the wrought iron benches.
Second.
The powder-coated black benches as represented in the packet.
Commissioner Ermschar?
There wasn't a second.
sorry.
Oh, Amy
Oh,
Yeah,
seconded.
Amy
okay.
seconded.
Commissioner Ermschar?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Van Zant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cupton?
Yes.
Chair Knight?
Yes.
Motion carries.
See, Lisa?
I still wish. we
Not
could have
because
done
I love
free
it,
benches throughout.
She's like,
Yeah.
I want to go home tonight.
Yeah. Okay, so next up,
I'm just kidding. Kidding.
is there any support for a tree in front of Rose Market?
Yes.
And I'll say if the planters are kept very limited in number, city-provided planters are kept limited in number, a single tree would be much more reasonable to maintain and water, which would enable a smaller pot.
So
Which would allow for more soil, better chance of
Survival.
survivability of a
I
tree.
really think we should take a look at the view looking from Broad Street to Pine. I really think we should look at that view. Can
And-
we
I can
drive
pull it
that?
up,
I
yeah.
think it's really important because that's what I look at every day.
And when I mentioned my heretical idea of a tree there, I've considered it many times that view from Broad Street
Okay.
would be, I don't know, softened.
I understand.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, with adequate space.
you just want to see it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think trees are wonderful with adequate space, right? With, when there's room.
And Tom, to clarify, when you're looking at it there, are you proposing it like between the hydrant? Are you proposing where that one is in that?
Roughly, perhaps, maybe closer to the corner.
I would, if we had one there, I would not put it close to the corner just to keep that clear view, for drivers coming through.
Says the traffic engineer.
Says the traffic engineer. Yeah, exactly.
It's not that easy.
So.
No, but there's a stupid truck there.
I know, it's not very good.
Oh.
Maybe if I go forward.
You know what? She has on her Instagram beautiful pictures all the time of her storefront.
Keep
That's working, yeah.
keep going towards
Yeah.
Rose Market.
There we go.
There you go.
And I think the picture that you had, if you're coming westbound on Commercial Street, pretend like you're stopped at that stop sign on Commercial Street. Yeah,
Okay,
right there.
closer?
Yeah, go right over there.
Oh, that way.
Yeah, click that. There we go.
Well, that's
That's what I have in my
exactly what
packet.
we have in the
Yeah,
packet.
that's my point though, right? I think maybe scoot forward just so you're right at the stop sign. Yeah, I wouldn't want.
Looking at it this way, it doesn't
tree
seem like
fits
there's, there's not enough room.
If it were, just to refine a bit architecturally, if it were centered between the division, if it were centered on the division between J.J. Jackson's and Rosa Market.
You've also
Yeah, I
got-
think that,
You got
that
the break
could
in the
be,
curb ramp there too, so it'd have to be.
It's right
roughly
where the
her
cursor
hand
is.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. And and what's that fitting in the ground there too? It's probably
Sewer,
Misses
water.
it.
Probably water or something, yeah.
It misses it.
You'd have to fit it, yeah, between,
you could fit it between the hydrant and that,
It
on
seems
either
like
side
right
of
on the
that
dividing
medallion.
line would fit. Do you, what, is a space between the ramp and an obstruction there on the left side required?
like right there.
I'm just thinking about the view, if you're putting something there, again, it's sort of blocking that view up the street, and it's also right in front of her door too.
And again, the view down or up Pine Street, to me is, that's really beautiful to see those upper shutters on J.J. Jackson, and I just feel like it,
Okay.
Okay.
but let's drive it again. I mean, that's just,
Yeah.
I think the symmetry of that building, that you see all 4 of the bottom windows on J.J. Jackson, you see all 3 of the top.
So where do we have all the,
Yeah.
Those are good points.
Okay. What about,
A tree would love it there, though. A tree that likes sun would like it there.
Let's just put a roundabout with a tree in the middle of that giant,
This one's out.
that giant
this is theirs.
Scramble.
intersection. Yeah, the
Yeah.
scramble.
Yeah, that's where she's hoping to have her.
let's redo it.
Yeah.
That would be, I would love that.
Yeah.
I would love to,
A roundabout, yeah, that'd be fun.
I would like to take over the rest of Commercial Street and line it with trees on the center.
That would have worked.
Okay.
You're doing this to scare me, right?
What what about the idea of, so something that's beautiful about Savannah and about New Orleans is all of the drapey greenery that's coming down from above. And we don't necessarily have the opportunity to do exactly that, and we do it in our own way, and we are our own town, but what if we did a climber on, like if we did small planters next to the pillars? I guess that could also just be a maintenance
Yeah,
problem.
you'd probably have to trellis them, and a building owner is probably not gonna want you
Yeah.
Yeah,
to
it'd be
put
very
your
much,
plants on their building.
I think
whatever we do needs to be.
Those are challenges, but maybe it's a trellis.
It's a lovely
Yeah.
idea.
I just like to think about the way that we could incorporate hanging plants more in areas like that, like especially at the Masonic Building, like is there a way that we could suspend or hang
Baskets or something.
baskets or otherwise
Or a
from-
climbing thing in a pot in those recess, in the remaining recess, but
Yeah,
that would
like,
require
like
that.
if we were to have a planter, I think that like that spot right there, almost where Lisa's cursor is, that kind of central brick column would be a very obvious spot where we could put a trellis or something that kind of goes straight up or spreads out, or that would not subtract from the building, that would give a little greenery.
I'm
But
getting the,
it's a more complex.
yeah, I'm getting the
issue.
picture you're painting, and it's
Yeah.
really lovely. The obstacles I start running into of like, how do we solve, who takes care of it? If it does damage to a building, that kind of thing, I don't know.
More maintenance, just seems more maintenance and stuff too.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So we're doing placement, right?
Well, yeah, but with the placement, we have to consider what it is that
What's
we're
growing in
placing
it.
and,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's yes and yes.
So there's no will for a tree where a tree would be most indicated.
Where?
Well,
Well, let's go down the line. The Rose, let's go down the line. Rose Market.
it's the least obstructive spot for
I
a
think,
I
yeah,
think, I think we decided, most of us decided no on that
yes,
one.
yes.
yeah, straw poll, no.
Is there another good spot for a tree?
I think between Sushi Q and Soul Crafters could support something a little taller. But I don't think it's necessarily like a tree because it's hugged up against the wall. If it was something like an evergreen that has a columnar growth habit,
Cypress.
we might do something like that. But then you have to consider all that reflective heat, right? So in
Yeah.
terms of horticulture, it's not like you can just say, yeah, I want something to grow there.
I
You
think-
have to find something that's
And there's the-
compatible.
I think the
There's also
cypress,
the-
like those kinds of decorative cypress could do that, if that's,
It would have to be tight against the wall though, right? Because of the,
I mean, they're
The
great
lamppost
for that.
is an obstruction there.
and there's also 3 things in the pavement there too.
They're great for that, but I don't think it really solves,
think it fits.
it's not addressing the ask for a tree.
Well, I agree. That's where some of my questioning earlier was to
Yeah.
help inform the public on how it's not that easy to just say, yes, we'll put a tree there because you like it. It just, even if we all like it here, sitting here.
It's not easy,
We
I
can't
agree.
just say yes to it because there's a lot of things to consider. So
A spot for a planter of something tallish, but not necessarily a tree, could be the niche on the right at the Masonic Hall, you know. so-
It would need, and this is not a hard thing, it would need to be a shade tree.
Right.
Like, or a shade-loving
'Cause
tree.
it's under the canopy there, right?
Like, another Japanese maple would be appropriate there in keeping with what's down the street.
I just don't think you can push a Japanese maple up against a wall.
Yeah, it does seem a little,
I don't think
agree.
it works.
Agree.
You know, it
The little
it
ones
feels
are
like,
fat.
you know, to me, rather, it would be columnar growth of like, there's, you know, but most things like sun, right? A boxwood hedge, they have one called Thin Man that grows like this, or grasses, fountain grasses, things that grow upright, but again, they like sun. So I'm not really,
it's a tough spot.
I'm not thinking of tall things that love the shade, but I don't know all the plants out there.
Right,
And-
boxwoods would be, I think, more period correct than a cypress, but
I
that comes from
Yeah.
no knowledge.
I
It's
think
just-
it's also a little bit constrained there, the sidewalk, there's a PG&E box or something. So a planter that goes there, if one goes there, will need to be snugged up to the wall and smaller.
I think that starts to lead me back to when we each made an opening comment, you know, reaction, how I personally am favoring this idea proposed first in Pamela Meek's comments, you know, provided in advance of the meeting, and then again reiterated by Kathy and by Lori, in allowing the individual placement of, you know, plants
Store
and
on
pots
plants.
and
I mean, they're allowed now, right? I mean,
I don't know that they're officially allowed.
Lisa, are they
Yeah.
officially loud now?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, then let's
Because
talk
they're
about,
potentially
let's,
sidewalk encroachments,
let's
right?
let's talk
And-
about sorry.
I'm surprised that you guys were in favor of that, because I feel like it is sort of an item that could become a free-for-all, and you don't know,
Well, it would have
If we
guidelines.
created some sort of program where people were allowed to put greenery out, then, yeah. If we had
I think
guidelines,
it would
they'd
have
follow
to be
them, but-
like approved pottery style, you know,
That would be.
that kind of thing.
And that'd be a city council action, and we could recommend that to ask us for guidelines for merchant supplied greenery and limitations. I think it adds, it could potentially add to some wildness, which is, I think, a cool thing.
I think it would be great.
I think it's great, but again, nobody may want to do it, especially if they have to deal with a bunch of guidelines from
And they have
from
to
us.
apply.
It's not that hard though, right?
I know.
Guidelines are
That
not
said, though, I mean,
stringent.
a lot of people aren't taking us up on the other opportunities that are there.
Which kind of
that's
points
true.
the finger back at how, you know, how do you want these things, or do you just want somebody to do it for you? You know?
That's a question that arises for me as well.
But I mean,
but that's not
but we're
our-
not just doing it, it's not just for them though, right? It's partly for them, but it's for, you know, us who use the street, and it's for visitors who come in and all that, so.
And hopefully that would be identified, right, in however a business presents themselves in a commercial district. You know, hopefully there's an awareness. I think there is. I've read the comments of like creating this destination, this place that creates this beautiful impression, a place people want to come back to, that they want to frequent and linger. And by proposing to council that we create a path by which, you know, business owners can embellish with their own greenery within a certain design guideline, I think we are removing something that has been prohibited, and we could see a lot of great creativity around it.
Well, let's ask this question. If someone wanted to put hang a planter from their building and it comes into the sidewalk, but doesn't sit on the sidewalk, it comes in a foot, is that allowed under our existing rules, or?
So like a window box, Peter, are you
Window
saying?
box, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't impede the path of travel.
And so, but it would come out 12 inches or something like that. So the question is, can they do that on their own now within our regulations?
Like a window box type thing?
Yeah.
I think so, but I can't say with certainty, yeah.
But putting things on the sidewalk, which is city property, is
Yep.
probably specifically prohibited.
Is this something that we want to figure out right now?
I think, is there unity, if not uniformity, toward including that in our recommendation to the city council?
Absolutely.
To consider asking us, I guess, for guidelines for such things.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that they're safe and not like.
Planter boxes, yeah.
not-
And even saying they have to be maintained, right? Because
Yeah.
we don't want dead planters sitting around either, right?
Right.
You've
There
seen
might be a
those.
couple of those
I know,
with
they don't-
plastic flowers. There
Yeah.
might be a problem with plastic flowers.
I kind of like the
explicit.
ones that are on Crazy Horse. They're all year.
So with that, it
So-
seems like
so
we're
it-
so it seems like we're in agreement on that. What I was going to say is maybe sort of like we did last time, could we talk about the locations that Lisa has recommended here and say whether we want to,
Yeah,
maybe go through
Sure.
these one by one and say, or at
Say
least
no,
say
no, no, no,
no, no, or yes, 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 whatever.
Okay, yeah, that's a great idea.
Try to keep us moving here.
That's part of
Well, we
our-
did one. We did the one on the corner, and that's gone, right? The next one is next to J.J. Jackson's, and they've already got their own greenery. So do
It's existing, so now we're like over to.
and we can't have a tree against the wall, I recommend. So the three of them that are left on that side of the street are all against a wall. So that cuts out trees.
But I'm on 32.
So are we okay with planters, not non-trees? Plants that are not trees in those locations? We're talking on the north side now, right?
Yes.
Are we looking at the opportunity zones map or the?
I'm looking at
one a couple pages down?
31, page 31, her recommendations is what I'm looking at.
Page 31.
Okay, 31.
I don't have
They're
page
labeled
numbers here.
clearly.
Up on your PDF, Peter?
Up here in the.
Oh, okay. So what page are we on?
31.
Too many maps.
You know what, I am pro all these planters, plus one next to the floating bench. Or actually, I guess I would move the one that's in front of Three Forks to the floating bench.
So some of the photos are, well, I think I tried to weed them out. There is a photo with the big planter, the tree size.
That one seemed way too big.
Yeah. So if you're looking at photos for the ideas, just be aware of that. And then the medium, that's the custom size, that's not the self-watering planter,
The one next to the bench in here?
the one next to the flag
Oh.
Ooh, that's very
Break that out.
is bigger, and that's on page like 58.
Please, please.
I just want to be of service, Peter. I mean, Rod.
Rod? Okay, so what is this one?
This is the medium one you were saying.
Yeah, that's the medium, that's the
Yeah.
medium.
This is the small one.
Yeah.
And
So this does hold much less soil and water. It's a round planter. So we wouldn't be maximizing the soil. The plants that would grow would be, smaller. Something this size, we could be effective with the, vinings going down, much more vegetation. And then this is small as well, as far as soil and water, but it is tall, so it gives an alternative. And this is custom size, so it could be something in between. It could be,
Sorry, this is what?
this one would be custom made.
Custom, gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it could be, the size could vary. It could be taller like this and,
I like it better lower.
I think if we were to do them, I personally like having a variety of sizes. because the uniformity of it somehow, again, just feels more urban than,
I would say, though, that if the city-supplied planters were the end of the story, that might apply more than in the case of if merchants were encouraged and did actually participate in doing more unique stuff, then uniformity for the city-supplied ones might be indicated.
I think, though, we have to assume that merchants are not going to do it. Even though we want them to, we have to operate on the assumption that it's just going to be what we put out there, if it's going to be out there at all.
Yep, I agree.
I have such hope.
I've
Still-
been
you can
wanting
still
to
hope.
put stuff in front of my store, if that's any comfort. I've been waiting to be able to put pots on my sidewalk.
Soon, Wendy.
What?
Soon.
I've been gonna landscape my house for 13 years now.
There you go.
Lisa, I have a question. These mock-ups are framed in 2x4, and in our previous discussion, we narrowed down the discussion of what enclosures might be around the self-watering pots. And so do these sizes take into consideration a very sort of thin enclosure?
No, I did an extra inch, so.
Okay, so the 2x4 frame, the 2x4 opening would accommodate the self-watering pots. Is that right?
Yeah, the edge of it.
The outside or the
edge.
outside edge?
Yeah, the
Okay.
outside edge represents the size of the edge of the pot, the outside edge of the pot,
Okay,
plus 1 inch. So if it was steel, it would be more accurate to that size. If it was one by wood or something, then it would be just a smidge bigger.
Okay.
That makes
We're,
sense.
we're talking about the medium one there?
All of them. Well, not the medium one. The medium one would be fully custom. So it wouldn't be a self-watering planter that we buy. We would build our own self-watering planter system and take the risk of it working or not
So
working.
run me through this. If we buy the self-watering ones, we're going to put them in an enclosure?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to
they're-
see plastic.
Yeah, they're plastic.
And just to go back to ensure that I'm clear, that the outside dimensions shown are considering a very narrow walled enclosure.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I added an extra inch. So if it was one by wood, they would be like an inch bigger than what they look like now.
Okay.
If it was steel and they were a 1/4 inch, then they would be a 1/2 inch smaller overall, so.
I think it's in general too big, despite what goes inside or not goes inside.
Yeah,
I'm
that size, the small one that's not tall, sort of, it's reminiscent of a size of a pot that you would have on your deck or something, or that a shop owner might
Yeah.
put in front of their store. So,
Well, I think the medium one is out of scale, too.
yeah, it's even a
That'd
little
be
bit.
my, one of the small ones, or the taller one has more architectural appeal. And it's up in the, it's a little bit higher, you'll see more greenery since we can't put a tree in there.
Unless it was a cascading planting, though, a short pert little plant would look strangely out of scale with such a tall thing. Though that form is appealing, it would have to be something that cascades down the sides, or,
We'll have to do both. We have to go up and down, I think, at least up. Right, for the proportions?
but with a tall one, it would want to be a tall plant.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Yeah. 'Cause you were.
Yeah,
that's what you're
either
saying. Yeah.
really have some vertical projection or cascade some to justify the height of
Right.
that.
Yeah. Yes. I guess,
Gets involved, doesn't it?
I think this is a really difficult project, and part of it is there are so many valid points of view, and there are so many preferred design aesthetics that we have invited. over time. And there's also real constraints. And I'm definitely feeling some reluctance on, you know, what Amy was talking about is like too much uniformity. It feels to me challenging it just feels challenging to come in as a city body with this really inconsistent shapes and sizes and colors of buildings, which is so darling, and prescriptively put these elements. It makes me feel, again, stronger about trying to find a path for business owners to do that. And because what I imagine is, you know, if you asked me to design greenery for each individual business, I'm gonna do it in framing with what my building is. What we're doing is framing it relative to the street, and then it's just not jiving with the architecture. It's just really challenging.
I would, if I may, I'm thinking that for us to prescribe such a thing, we maybe need the advice of a landscape architect.
I agree,
to really look at the whole and the particulars in a
But then
really
the
knowledgeable
places
way.
where I would want to put them, I don't feel like the city has a right to. I feel like the business owner or the building owner has a right to say it goes here.
I feel like if we were to engage a landscape architect, it would be really hard to get something with so few things proposed.
I wonder
They would want to create a feel,
Right.
and to do that, you have
Do the whole
more.
street, yeah.
So this is sort of toned down because there's sensitivity and discussion that's, you know.
Is this an opportunity where we could take advantage of our newly established art commission? Okay, so you gave me an idea, Wendy,
Okay.
which is that, you know, I was thinking the same thing. First of all, I don't like the uniformity. Secondly, I like the idea that each shop has its own expression of greenery or whatever that jives with it. And thirdly, it seems to me that this is an opportunity where we could work with the art commission in maybe like, excuse me, not sponsoring. What's the word I'm looking for? Soliciting?
Arts Commission or the Vibrancy Committee?
Vibrancy Committee, thanks. And maybe the Arts Commission too, because I'm thinking we could make like a proposal for local artists to create a plant container, plant something or other, working with the shop owner. Rod's cringing.
I think
I
it
feel
could.
like we have to be cognizant of the opinion of the historic district of like,
Yeah.
when is this gonna be finished?
Yeah.
When is this project over?
I would see it beginning something like the decade-long workshop period.
Yeah.
And also a real motivation on the part of those artists to be really creative.
Yeah.
In a way that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just
that
a
is
little
not
too
necess-
fabulous.
Yeah, a little too.
Okay, another idea. What if the budget that we have for the pots or the plant containers and the plants, we could then reimburse shop owners for buying something within guidelines that we set for their own potted plants outside their doors?
I was going to brainstorm on something similar in that, first off, I don't know what our budget is. Do we? Do we have a budget specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, and then secondarily, I don't know, you know, when I play that idea forward, Amy, I just think about like, okay, who owns the pots then, right? Like, what happens to them? Are they, you know? But if there is a fee for applying for, is there a fee for the application? Maybe we could waive the application fee or something. That feels.
That's not on the agenda here, though, either. I feel like that's a completely separate item.
That's city council territory.
Yeah, it just seems like we're going away from like
But the-
prescribed.
yeah, well, I think on the agenda today, you know, are prescribing locations and design for plants. So I think if we
Right,
want,
Rob, but if we say we don't approve any of these, then it feels like there needs to be, here's what we recommend instead.
and that can be, and if you want to say that we don't approve any of these, tell council, hey, we don't like any of this, you know. Maybe you should go consider something else.
Did you want to make a longer sentence about that, Rod? Did you want to continue?
Maybe, I guess I'm getting there.
Okay.
I think this is what's in the agenda. We can approve that or disapprove it. I think we should approve something because we have been requested, you know, to consider and recommend locations and designs for plants and planters. It can be your choice to say, no, we don't want any, but that's not what we've been requested to do.
Well, but we haven't been
so-
requested to approve it. We've been requested to review it.
And make a recommendation at the city
And
council.
make a
which they're
recommendation.
likely
Maybe
to
your
adopt.
recommendation,
Which is
maybe.
what?
To finish the project.
Yeah, and they're likely to adopt our very
Exactly.
laboriously arrived at
Which is why I'm
recommendations.
talking about things that aren't specifically,
I would also say, though, that they are, because they've asked us to look at plants, there's a desire for plants. There's a desire for city to have and maintain plants of planters that are approved by the city. I think we should come up with one or more locations and planters with plants in them that we pass on. That's my opinion.
A difficulty, though, presented, a technical difficulty, is the size required to, you know, accommodate self-watering pods.
So we can have the discussion about self-watering versus not self-watering.
Yeah, we don't
I
have to
think
have
we're getting a
self-water.
I think we're getting a directive from the,
Was that a requirement that they be self-watering?
It was a
Lisa?
preference. I think it was a preference.
That's what we want, yes. And then since the box sizes seemed off to me, I did more research on creating our own or building our own self-watering planters. So we're willing to try that too. So build an enclosure and then build an internal structure where you can, you know, create some waterproofing and then you put some PVC in there or something to hold up
A
a
reservoir
level.
of some sort. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the soil goes down to that level and the roots get the water.
so Public Works thinks that that is feasible?
For them to build or?
Yeah, or,
We would maybe farm it out or,
oh, I see.
yeah.
Okay.
So I think we can come back with a recommendation that maybe it's a custom design, and maybe it turns out that that recommendation, based on further investigation of this custom design, it's not feasible, and it has to come back to us. But I feel like we should come with some recommendation.
you know, my concern about that though, Rod, is this entire project to me appears like an ineffective compromise of doing some things to try to do something. And so, as an example, at the risk of hurting somebody's feelings, which I don't wish to, you know, it doesn't appear that we really thought about where we needed true sidewalk depth and not. I'm not saying we as in this body. I don't know who made that decision. I wasn't here. But if we had done better due diligence, instead of trying to force through a compromise, there would be more places to put outdoor dining, right? There would be more adequate space to put planters. And pushing through because council said, hey, we think you should decide about soft elements. If the true best decision, that, like, I think, I take that as an invitation to make the best decision, not just force something through. And so that's where I feel like we're trying really hard to make something fit. I love greenery, right? And so I would love to see our street look like this. It would be gorgeous, right? I'd love to see different elements. I don't think that going with momentum of just trying to force something through to have it over with or to check boxes like, okay, now we have greenery. I don't think that's the right way to approach the decision.
I'd like to maybe correct
Something that I missed?
something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, just regarding city council's process in, you know, calling out the widths of the sidewalks. in relation.
From the past, from 2019
Yes.
or whatever.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
that it wasn't arbitrary. The goal was to provide some opportunities for outdoor dining, a more pedestrian-friendly environment. And so the compromises that needed to be made we have arrived at this.
Yeah.
It was pretty deliberately and thoroughly arrived at. I think the best that could have been done was done.
And I guess, I'm sorry.
And now seating is requested. There appears to be a need for it. People lining the curbs. There should be seating, and so
I
now there
agree.
is.
Yeah, I agree.
And there will be, we're making that recommendation.
Yeah, and the plantings, though, I still feel like it would be best to engage someone with a better ability and skill set to provide an overview.
Okay, let me ask you this. One thing that landscape architects and designers do is they create renderings where they give you a feel of what that's
Right.
gonna look like there, and they give you a feel of the whole space. If we figured out how to do that, would that help? And are there any specific recommendations that I could go back and work on, change sizes, change locations, propose 3 different designs? You know, it's hard for me coming from a consulting background where I had resource specialists in my back pocket like crazy, like anything, you know, marketing, landscape architecture, all the things. And so it's hard being on sort of this slim pickings path, right, of like just whatever I can come up with. So I get it. It's not like this beautiful, pretty
You did great.
thing
Oh, yeah,
that's
and-
easy
okay.
to visualize.
Yeah.
But is there anything that we could do? Because I could try to get somebody to help do that, or I could try different sizes. I could, you know, do various other things. And we are going to need to continue the meeting because, or the item, because Fire Safe Council is tonight. So we need to wrap up in 15 minutes.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'll just say, and you've done amazing work, you really have, and
Yeah.
don't
I didn't
don't
imagine
be.
it to be so hard to figure out where things should go. It is a little bit interesting.
Well,
Well, the
Can
size of pots has, I mean, it occurs to me, a lot to do with what goes in them.
Right.
So it's kind of it's a very broad menu when considering the scale of a plant versus the scale of a pot and its visual impact in the space. It's a lot to consider, and then once they're sourced and in position, a large investment's been made.
Are we doing annuals? Are we doing permanent? Are we doing natives or decorative?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
well, okay.
So-
Let's roll back, okay, a little bit. We addressed,
Oh, look, the city council's here. We can ask.
okay.
He's gonna run.
We-
He's gonna run away.
Run!
We came with basically 2 things to look at, planters and benches. Benches, we discovered there's a need for benches. There's a real need for benches, right? Kids, older people, blah, 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 all that stuff. So we've got a good recommendation for that. This is decorative. I don't think and this street has been around and it has attracted businesses and it's been a principal street in our town for like 150 years without planters. So I'm okay with saying we don't need planters right now. This is, let's get the benches out there. Let's cook at it, look at it, let it cook a little bit more and see if we really if we need to come in with planters. We don't need planters.
I'll say
We
these-
need benches.
I'll say vis-à-vis greenery, flowers, color, et cetera, there's plenty of precedent on Broad Street for hanging pots off the light posts.
Oh,
Like-
good point.
Like I think that's
Absolutely.
an easy one, and
We do that. We do that in the summer, well, the chamber does.
yeah,
For
so,
some reason, I don't think we have them on the other 2 poles, so If that's your question, yes, we could probably add 2 more.
I think to fulfill that potential would make it cuter.
I'm not going to say anything.
Wrong word?
No, I'm not going to say anything. No.
No, please say.
No. I'm continue.
And I mean, I think there's plenty of precedent, as demonstrated on Broad Street for
Yes, I agree
hanging
with
things off the light posts.
I agree with that.
Yep.
I don't know if that's direction, but there are established fixtures, right? The baskets.
I think those are owned by the Chamber of Commerce, so I believe the city would have to purchase baskets.
And put the hooks.
And then they would have to be planted and watered. There's no watering system, so those are just things to think about. And also in something with that shallow of a basket suspended in the air, I imagine it would freeze quite easily. So it's probably a summer program. I don't know how many plants want to live in that little basket all winter and do anything significantly beautiful. But
There might be some native succulents.
would they be visible?
We can go
Maybe
outside
hang
and see how many plants are dead.
But I think
they're down now.
I think the
Did they bring them
greater
down?
point,
They
the
bring
greater
them down
point
so they
though is that I
start
think
flags.
coming back with plant recommendations too. I think I heard that from what Tom was saying and what
Yeah,
others
well,
were
my
saying
plant
as well.
recommendation is to create a pathway for the individual businesses to put out pots like Teresa Mann has. There's something in front of the Magic Theater, they have planters. There's a planter at Rose Market. There's a rose, there's birch trees that,
There are a couple window boxes too. I
yeah,
think.
so that's my recommendation for plantings.
I'm with you, Wendy, and I'm so sorry, Lisa.
Oh, you're fine. I don't take any offense if
No,
this
no,
is
no, this
what
has been
people
such a
think is great.
laborious process, but I think I like what Wendy is proposing. I think that is a really good avenue to go down, and also I would like to use the money that we would not be spending on planters and plants to reimburse or somehow figure out a
Encourage.
way to if we're gonna, maybe it's a way of encouraging businesses to do this, and we can figure out later whether or not the pots belong to us, and if so, then we can decide, okay, they all are metal, and that way they're not terracotta and breaking, or, whatever, but you can buy terracotta if you want to, you just pay for it yourself. Something like that.
So, and we're unified then in our direction we're unified in our recommendation to the council to ask for guidelines for merchant supply greenery, plants, et cetera. And a note.
Oh, and the hanging pots. Put the brackets on the,
I think that's.
Yeah.
Shall we make a motion to approve what, city-owned plant baskets on light posts?
And
I would, that's a,
let me ask, is that it? And then this is done and we're not continuing this? Or are we continuing this?
I would say it's done.
Yeah, I think it's done.
Yeah, and
But we're gonna discuss it again, obviously, but
The
Yeah.
guidelines, which would also include placement for clearance. If a business owner has an agreement or they own the building, right, an agreement with landlord, or they own the building, they could maybe put their own hanging baskets up. There just has to be head clearance, just like there is for signage, so we'd have to
Yeah.
define
head
those
clearance,
things.
materials, square footage.
Condition. Yeah,
Condition.
all that.
So we're saying all that and no city-owned planters of any sort like that anywhere.
On the sidewalk.
At this point,
At this point.
because the decisions are more complex than I think we're equipped to take on, because pot size dictates the type of plant or
Yeah, we
vice
didn't
versa.
plan for tree wells, we didn't plan for water, we didn't plan for so many things. So coming in here now with these big void sidewalks is very difficult.
Yeah, the recommendation could also be to hire a professional to do,
That
I
would-
think we've done that, though. We've gone down that hole and we weren't happy with it. It created too much of a corridor, blah, blah, blah. I think that like the funkiness of Nevada City would be well cultured by putting it into the hands of shop owners.
I do, however, see the possibility that that city-owned planters, if an architect of landscape architect were given the true limited nature of their design to help us with pot size, given the constraints of the self-watering things, what could be done and where.
I just don't.
Well, and I
see
would
it.
add to that, Tom, if, part of what makes this difficult is we're looking at a small segment of town, of the historic district. And when you open it up to look at the entire historic district, there's more opportunity probably to have some placement. And if you experience all of that as you walk around, which everybody walks beyond Commercial Street, your sense about the place will include that, that greenery elsewhere. That's my opinion. I don't think it all has to live here. This is, we made some nice improvements.
We're just trying to answer the questions that have been asked of us by the city council.
I
Our
don't
mission
think
today
that it
that.
is inappropriate to bring other additional considerations to their attention, though. I understand what
I
you're
agree.
saying.
Yeah.
We
This-
answer it with a recommendation.
Okay.
That said, though, this is one cohesive corridor, which a design can be made for without having to design the whole city.
And it's a more unique corridor because
Yeah,
it is close to
exactly.
traffic and very pedestrian-friendly sidewalks. So do we have and I want to ask, is there a terribly constrained timetable for the next item on the agenda that we're not having time for?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just hoping to have these couple of items figured out by the mid-year budget in end of February.
Okay. All right. So we'll be continuing the Commercial Street parking lot for our next scheduled meeting.
Yes. So we have some recommendations to council.
Will you
for
read those back?
benches.
Yeah, oh, sorry, you're doing it. Yep.
Yeah, benches, 2 backed.
I thought it was 3 backed.
But, yeah, 2 backed at the top of the street, 1 at Three Forks, and then also a backless bench near Three Forks on the curb. And then we have a consideration for council asking them to allow us to work on guidelines for sidewalk encroachment for planters. We're also going to consider updating our outdoor dining standards for benches, and ask council to consider doing a project where we consider other locations throughout the business district, the downtown business district.
Would we want to
for
include in there
benches.
that using the money that we're not spending on these planters to reimburse business owners for buying permanently city-owned planters? Or
I think that's all part of the design of the program that you
Yeah, I
would be
think
putting in
so. I
place.
think you're right.
Yeah, just a note that to incentivize to incentivize business owners to do that.
Okay.
Great.
Want to sit in for me and vote?
And
So is there a motion, or is that just?
shall we approve your recommendations then?
Sure, if you like, it's.
Motion to approve Lisa's recommendations.
So we're not, so,
Which is the recommendation?
We just talked about.
Rod, you do it.
I don't know.
How do we
The
do it?
sidewalk
Yeah.
encroachment for planters, request from council, consider updating outdoor dining standards for benches, and consider benches in other locations throughout the business district.
Okay.
So a motion to approve those recommendations to the city council as listed.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I don't feel like we've done our work, so, but
So moved.
that's my comment.
I move that we respond to council with the recommendations as summarized by Lisa.
Second.
But wait, I'd like to add something if I could. A suggestion that the idea of a landscape architect weighing in on, is there any will for that?
No.
Second. I'll second that previous motion.
I just seconded it.
You can third it,
Okay,
though.
I'll third it.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Commissioner Ermshar?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
No.
Commissioner Van Zant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden?
Yes.
Chair Knight?
Yes.
we
Thanks,
adjourn?
everybody.
Thank you.
adjourn
We'll
us, please?
continue
Have a
the
good night.
lighting to the next meeting.
Oh, the fun's over already?
Oh, boy.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
I adore all of you, and I thank you